How's it going, Chris? Hope you're doing well. So today's kind of a special stream because I feel completely burned out from work. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't even think I can play East today. I was thinking about it, and I realized when I'm so tired, I cannot think of a pun for the title. That it wouldn't make sense to do a normal stream. So I think I'll skip just this general upload and things like that for the main series. Maybe I'll upload it privately or somewhere else. But I figured let's just talk a little bit today. And PC's also fighting me regardless. I was trying to play some music in the background, but it went nope. So hopefully it'll resolve itself at some point. Let me just go ahead and switch over to, let's see, another stream. There we go. One day this thing will load. Yeah, work has been really terrible. I just want to explain, I think I did between Saturday and today, I want to say at least 13 hours of overtime. So my mind is like completely shot. Like it doesn't even, like I can't even process words properly. But you know, I said I'll figure I'll talk a little bit. We'll see where it goes from there. So I wanted to talk about different lists and things like that. So I popped open a Notepad++ to have a chat. But unfortunately, I wanted to have a little bit of music to go along with this, but it decided it did not want to load for some reason. That is unfortunate. So yeah, I know. It's like I basically have done a full work week at this point, coming into Wednesday. Like as soon as I'm done Wednesday, I've technically worked 40 hours, so I don't know. It's just been like a very hectic series of days. So my brain is just very slow today. So I feel like if I were to try to parry things, for example, it will not go well. My whole body's like, no, stop, no more. So hopefully I could figure out where this music folder is. So I was originally going to boot up a game and then just play through the soundtrack player, but it decided that it wanted to crash, so it said no to that, chat. So I'm trying to figure out the backup, as I was not expecting the game to have issues. What would it be under, chat? I'll think about it, chat. I'll think about it. So anyway, what I wanted to talk about in the meantime were kind of like, I guess for now, we'll say like games of interest, chat, because we'll talk about things that are in the horizon. Then we'll say anime. We'll have a separate section for anime. I was thinking about if I wanted to open up like a tier maker or something like that, but it doesn't let me just like type words into it and then place them into a chart. So that's a little inconvenient, but maybe we'll figure it out for next time, because I would like to talk to the chat about different things like shows that they're watching and personal opinions on what to do for now. Well, I have a backup song as we go to look for things, so one moment, chat. We'll play a backup song. We'll just kind of let it go through there. So I just wanted to talk about in terms of just like things on the upcoming timeline, and both like entertainment as well as potential games we'll end up streaming. Hopefully you're doing okay, Chris. So I guess on the games of interest front, I'm just double checking some dates. We definitely have Legend of Mana coming out on June 24th this year, which is amazing. And I think the next one of interest... Oh, it doesn't want to load. I was gonna say, it's definitely here. Oh, it's actually already out. There's another one. I'll just put Saga Frontier. I would love to play this on stream. So at some point we'll end up picking a series. I think we'll either do the Saga games or we'll end up doing the Mana series next, just because both of them are, you know, kind of up and coming, as it were. Oh, I'm glad you're feeling a little better after some rest, because I know it could be a little tough. Yeah, Saga Frontier came out, I think, last week. I wasn't sure if it was this week or last week, so I'm pretty sure it's been out about a week at this point. So I'll definitely be picking that up. It seems like they expanded upon the content, so it's not just like a straight port, which is really good, because they actually added cut content, which I find interesting. I'm kind of 50-50 on Legend of Mana. It really depends on what they do to port out things that were specific to the PS1. And I've heard almost no details about it, so I can't tell if this will be worth our time or not, chat. If it's not worth it, then I have the original, so it doesn't matter. So we'll end up playing it at some point, one way or another, chat. I'm not sure if it'll be stream appropriate, but technically I'm always thinking about Yakuza. It's always Yakuza, chat. I'm gonna put stream safe question mark. Chat, there's not a moment I'm not thinking about that. It's just all about the Yakuza, chat. Go ahead and close this out. I'm trying to think, are there any games that you would recommend at this point in terms of sales or any other RPGs? Because I'll definitely take some open suggestions. So I'll just kind of skim through my list. Oh yeah, there's East 9. Let's put that bad boy on the list. This one's probably the highest priority out of all of them. So this comes out on July 6th, chat. Yeah, see, I like Yakuza, I don't like every game. Could potentially do a mature stream day. I feel like some of the games are actually, I would say not even mature rating, they're actually just kind of like older teen. There's only certain scenes that I think would put them over the edge, and I feel like some of the extra content would give it the mature rating. Like, not necessarily the heat actions, which are the kind of cinematic finishers in that game, but it's more along the lines of the fact that there's, I would say, partial nudity and gambling. I feel like between those two things, that will always bump up the rating. And we could avoid a lot of the... actually, we can avoid both of them pretty much in their entirety. I will probably have to censor some of the scenes, though, if we're playing Yakuza 0 anyway. It's actually kind of funny, because I feel like that is probably my favorite of the bunch, but it also has like some of the worst cutscenes from that kind of perspective. Man, that game is just so smooth to play. Oh yeah, the trilogy. Hold on, chat. I forgot about Phoenix Wright. See, this is why we gotta do a mental check as to what we'll end up doing here. I believe there was another game. It might be in this list. Yeah, so I bought Trails in the Sky, so I'm gonna just move that onto the list at some point. Put it like roughly in the middle. So these are out. Leave them here for now. Hey Kirk, how's it going? Just having a more casual stream at the moment, just because I'm not feeling super up to playing a game, but I figure I could get people's opinions on different games, and then we'll probably talk about shows, and hopefully I could get the music working in a little bit, because it would be nice to have a little bit of ambiance. So, I'm waiting for Sukuna to go on sale, by the way, chat. I have a lot of documents. Kind of. I mean, some of them are like game notes. Like, if I go to this one, like, you could see, like, where I wrote out, like, my Valkyrie profile stuff. This is proof. Like, I literally did just write notes to just kind of remind myself, because I wasn't going to remember all this, chat. I'm like, listen, I'm not going to remember what skills they want in different, different areas. So when I say I take notes, I'm like, this is serious. I do take a lot of notes for certain games. So sometimes the tabs are just dedicated to getting through a dungeon and things like that. So it's like, oh yeah, no, it's like, listen, like, I want to make it clear, I'm not just like looking at somebody's playthrough. I really do take notes And like sometimes my notes are wrong, or sometimes I'll cross-reference other people's notes, but I'm like, no, I'm serious when I do it. I try to compile as much as I can find into like a super set of notes. I'm more like the researcher kind of style player. I'm not kind of like spur of the moment when it comes to these things. I mean, sometimes I am. Sometimes I do find really goofy things on my own, but I always like to see what other people find once we clear it. Yeah, I don't remember what the other ones were. I just happen to know this one was like all the trail series in order. Well, I don't even need this. I don't know why alert 700 by 700 is there, but yeah, this is just so I can remember the order in case we go to do that. I'm sure there's one in here that's specifically the East series, like which one it is. But fortunately, it's just East 9. That's the only one I need at this point. What else would I consider playing for the stream? Oh, actually, this is another great example. So here's one that has like nothing to do with anything, and I have to see how this game controls. I think we're going to do the Wonderful 101 remastered at some point. I thought this game was really cool to watch. I just wasn't sure if it was my style of gameplay. That was my only concern. It's one of those games where I feel like it starts off a little slow, and it has the misfortune of having been originally on the Wii U. So like nobody has played this. I don't know anybody near me that has ever played the Wonderful 101 remastered, or the original actually for that matter. It's by I think it's Platinum Games did that particular game, and it's one of those ones where it starts off kind of slow, but truly amazing final series of missions. And I actually do think they use the Wii U gimmick of it pretty well, surprisingly. Like, I'll give an example. This is why I'm not sure how it'll translate over to the PC. So, like, at one point, you're piloting a ship, and you can see the inside of the ship while you're defending it. So you kind of can look at the Wii U tablet to, like, fight the people on the inside while you're, like, moving a ship around, from what I kind of recall. So it actually, I think, made pretty good use of the dual screen setup, but I'm not really sure what they're going to do in the remastered version of it. So that's why I'm kind of curious. I might do a little research before committing to that. Also, that one was very big on touch controls, and I am super not into touch controls, so I don't know what the equivalency would be on the PC. If they made it controller friendly, I think we're a-okay, chat. If it works with the controller, no issues, I'll go okay. We'll probably play one of those. I'm looking at my other list. There's not too much here I would really even consider. Oh no, a Disgaea. I just looked at my list. I was like, oh no, a Disgaea game. I don't know if chat's ready for me to Disgaea. Oh geez, chat. I broke that game so bad, 1 and 2. So bad. Oh, and then like here's another super high priority. Hold on, chat. Tales of Arise. How could I forget that one? September 9th, chat. I don't think there's anything else in here I would really consider streaming per se. Some of them are more like personal games, slash I really don't know how they would go. Like, I'll just name a random example. There's Way of the Samurai 4. I was always kind of curious about that series, but I've seen very little about it. So whenever it goes on sale, I'll just pick it up and see how I feel about it. You know nothing about Disgaea, but I don't doubt you broke it. Yeah, see, I played the originals. They've done many remakes of them. They're by I was about to say Koei. Wow, I am really tired if I think it's Koei. Like, there's not even remotely the same game company. One moment, chat, as my brain attempts to process what company did this. Nippon Ichi. That's right. / Nice America did these titles. If you're cool with roguelikes, maybe Hades. I feel like I would be really bad at Hades. I feel like I would let chat down. Not that I wouldn't play it. I feel like I don't do well when it's like, if you get hit once, you die kind of thing. I generally don't do well in those kinds of games. I like having a little bit of a cushion, if it makes sense. I don't like ridiculously hard. Like, I would never play a Dark Souls. I would have no fun with that game. Yeah, I don't know. I have to be in a really specific mood to do a roguelike. I think the only one where I can say I enjoyed it and I beat it simultaneously would probably be Rogue Legacy. I think that is like one of the few roguelikes I've beaten. And Risk of Rain was okay. I have technically 100%ed that game, but that game was so buggy, I wouldn't go back and play it, the first game. Yeah, like there's like Risk of Rain like actually upsets me on so many levels because that one could be fun to do on stream. Oh, I've streamed Slay the Spire. Yeah, that one's not bad, but I have to be in the mood for that. But like, see, the problem with Risk of Rain for people that haven't played it and why I won't stream it is that there's an item that is completely bugged and it completely ruins the gameplay. And by that, I don't mean like it makes things easy. I mean like if you pick it up, your run is over because there's a memory leak in the game. So every time you fire a shot, it just eats more CPU until your computer dies. Not kidding. Not kidding. It happened twice, so I know it's definitely a bugged item. It's so bad. I know. I was like, hey, I unlocked every item. Let me try them. And it was like, ha 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 ha, you lose. I'm like, wait, why is my computer getting slower? And then I crashed. So we're not playing Risk of Rain. And they, as far as I know, they have never fixed it because I did not play that game when that game was new, chat. Like I played that like 3 years ago. Like it wasn't that long ago that I played it and it had the memory leak and it was bad. It was really bad, chat. And there's just like RNG can just make that drop anytime in the final area and it just ends your run and it's outside your control. It's so bad. It got to the point, chat, that in order to get the achievements, I actually went into the game files and manually deleted the fact that I unlocked it. True story. Also, true story, they probably shouldn't have done that in a .ini file, because that shit is really easy to upgrade and change. It's like, I don't want any of this anymore. Goodbye. Oh, man, chat. Yeah, your game save should not be a text file, chat. These are things you should be wary of. Whenever you get into a game like that, I'm like, listen, if the whole point of the game is to unlock items, it shouldn't be a .ini file. It doesn't make any sense. I'll put Monster Train. I'll put it under like check it out. Hey Steve, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I mean it is like literally a text file. If I still had it installed, chat, I would have just showed you. It's like really sad. It's like not even like complicated. It's literally like item name :0 or :1. You just toggle whatever you get. It is what it is, chat. Ooh, yeah, one thing I have to think about when we go forward is that, man, chat, it gets really hot in this room for streaming, so I'm gonna have to keep in mind as we get closer to June. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to stay cool. I already know how to stay hydrated, but also to stay cool. Oh, there we go. Nice cold water, chat. It is like probably mid 80s in my room at the moment. See, that's the problem. I do have AC, but it's like there's no AC in the room that I'm in, if that makes sense. So if the door is closed, because I don't want the sound to echo, I don't get a lot of AC in the room. And I don't have a fan in here at the moment. So I'm going to figure something out, chat. So I'll figure it out. And unfortunately, what I can't figure out are where my sound files are. Hold on, chat. Let me see if I could go to Steam real quick, because I can autoplay some music as we go forward, but I'm gonna need Steam to give me a hint as to where it saves some files. Do some properties. Where did it put this? Oh, there we go. Now we should get some music, chat. Much better. Lower the volume slightly on it. How'd the nap go? Oh, maybe you're talking about me, Steve. It went okay. I still feel mentally drained. That's why I was thinking from a standpoint of streaming. I don't want to get into East. Well, I'm super tired. But I guess we'll play some music from the East soundtrack, because why not, chat? So, is there something else I wanted to stream that I'm forgetting about? I'm just looking at my chat. Oh yeah, Monster Boy. Let's put this in here somewhere. Maybe I'll put it like around here. What is it? Monster Boy in the Cursed Kingdom, I think? Make a new category. Nice little categories, chat. Oop, it's just Aga Frontier, chat. What about Breath of Fire? I was gonna say, which one, Steve? Aren't there at least 4 of them? Did they do any remakes of those games at any point? Or are we talking like the SNES ones? I would say high priority. We'll buy. There we go, chat. You've only played the first one a bit on Switch, trying to do them in order. Did they release it on Switch? Like as a collection? Oh, like the Nintendo Switch Online stuff. Oh, yeah, that I don't have. I don't have Nintendo Online. Yeah, I don't pay for it, Steve. Sorry, I'm not paying Nintendo anymore. Add you to my family plan? Uh-oh. That's very generous, but I feel like I don't do that much on the Switch at all. It's kind of one of those consoles that's, I'm not gonna say dead to me, but I feel like it has probably received the least amount of love. It's just one of those things where, like, I really enjoyed the DS, chat, growing up. Like, that was my thing. I really enjoyed playing on the DS. So I was hoping that this would be like the DS replacement for me now that they're moving forward with it, but honestly, every time somebody talks about a game on the Switch and they're like, wow, you should really play this, like 9 times out of 10, it's on Steam. So like, I would never play it on the Switch if I could play it on Steam. So like, what games would I even consider that would be Switch specific for me, chat? Rune Factory 5. Like, that's it. I can't name anything else, chat. Oh, actually, you know what? I should put this on here. Where is when is Rune Factory 5 coming out? Oops, got a little weird there. Hello, Notepad. You're not where you should be. What happened? Huh, that was weird. It like moved my Notepad stuff around for some reason. 1 second, chat. It was like all nice and centered and then it died. There we go. It was like OBS decided that, yeah, this is where it should go. Oh, it won't autoplay because I didn't select all the songs. 1 moment, chat. Let's go ahead and select all the songs. This'll be fun. You could do it. There we go. Honestly, the Breath of Fire would be pretty easy to emulate. They're just on the NES, SNES, PS1. Yeah, I want to say Breath of Fire 4 was not SNES, was PS1, but I don't know about the others. My sister was very much into the series, but I never got around to trying it whatsoever. Oh, that's right. There's some other ones. I'll put them a little lower on the list. I have games that I've been meaning to play, but I never got to them. I think one of them was Zanjuan Sword 7, I think? And then I forget the name of the series, but I know it's The Gate of Firmament. So these 2 games, chat, are kind of more along the lines of Gujian 3. I just never got around to playing it. I'll put in the maybe categories. Maybe one day we'll play Hades. Maybe somebody can, I don't know, use points to make me pick Hades. Otherwise I don't feel as motivated. Do something like this. I'll just make a new tab for anime. It's fine, chat. All the NPCs in the village share the same dialogue like a hive mind. Kind of scary. Oh, actually, there's one more that we should do at some point. We should do Shining Resonance, because I wanted to try out the Shining series. And I am straining to think of any other games. I think I've covered just about everything at this point. I'm not counting things like... I'll just put in like brackets, more Tales games. I have a lot of them, chat. I'm not listing them out. So I think that's it in terms of potential future games. Oh, I guess I should also put like... probably somewhere in here. I'll put like Onimusha series. Just trying to think if there's something else, chat, that we could talk about in terms of video games. Oh, got the H, chat. That'll bother me. I'll go to look at that and I'm like, that's not how you spell Onimusha. Yeah, I just put more Tales. I was just trying to just in case people are like, wait, aren't you gonna play Symphonia or aren't you gonna play Xillia or something like that? Just more Tales, chat. Yeah, just looking at my desktop, I don't see anything else. I'm just gonna look at games I've purchased to see if anything makes sense in here, but I think I've listed everything at this point. Oh, actually, there's one more game I forgot, chat, that I said I wanted to definitely play at some point, and that was Sands of Salazar. So if we're looking for something very different to play on stream, Sands of Salazar would be there. Yeah, I was like, how can I forget about that one? That one was really good. So Kirk, since you've seen me play it a little bit, they have updated the game quite a lot. It'll actually be another learning experience for me. They apparently even added more characters. So I'm very much interested in seeing where they went with it. So they have like a whole new siege system. I know, they probably nerfed an attack I called the Zoo. They probably nerfed the Zookeeper, chat. Zookeeper was so broken. There's no way, chat. There's no way they didn't nerf it. Like, we could try it on stream once to see if they did nerf it, but... Yeah, I think his class might have been called Beastmaster or something, but he was so busted. He was one of the most broken characters I think we've ever played in that kind of style game. When it's supposed to be an army simulator and he can just literally solo the whole enemy army, it's just a little OP. So they did make sieging a bit harder though, in general. So there's actually a pretty high chance I'll game over now, compared to before. I mean, I kind of game over it sometimes as like the Spiritmancer, but like never as the Beastmaster. Beastmaster OP. But yeah, they put limits on revives, Kirk, as an example. So it's definitely much harder. Because before it was like, oh, you're just gonna let me infinitely revive? It doesn't matter. Onimusha, Dawn of Dreams is high priority for me. Oh, I'm gonna say Steve. You know what, just for that? See that, Steve? Look what's gonna happen. We're gonna put it like right here, Steve. I'm gonna put for Steve. So I could potentially play that as a one-off. I actually don't have the complete Onimusha series. I probably should purchase the other ones at some point. I think I have like 1, 2, or the remake of 1, 2, and Dawn of Dreams. Dawn of Dreams is definitely my favorite Onimusha, chat. If we're gonna talk about like one of my favorite PS2 games of all time, Onimusha. Chat, I can't even name a contender on the PS2. I am that serious. That game was like so good. So amazing, chat. If you've never played it, we'll have to show it at some point. What I always like to talk about with that game in particular, and it's so true, you can even look it up if you don't believe me, chat. On the back of the box, the game is advertised as a single player game. And technically you play with a partner throughout the entire game. But for some reason, there's a multiplayer mode, and I don't just mean a verse mode. There's like an actual complete co-op for Onimusha, and it is the only one in the Onimusha series that I am aware of that allows co-op the entire gameplay. And oh my gosh, chat, that co-op was amazing. But you had to put in like this ludicrous code. I don't recall the command offhand. Hold on, chat. Let's do a quick look up. What was the command you had to input for multiplayer? Come on, guys. Alright, so in order to play 2-player, at the title screen, both players hold R1, R2, L1, L2, then the second player presses start. And that's how you play 2-player. So, Steve, it is 100% worth it. See, I feel like for the people that have seen me play Sengoku Basara before, it is basically like the predecessor engine to Sengoku Basara, and I think that's why I like it so much. It has everything I want in a fighting game, chat. It has parries, it has like, I don't think it has perfect dodge in that game, but it has like ridiculous magic attacks, it has like super elaborate combo systems. It was kind of fun unlocking different things. But, ooh. Cheapest copy on eBay is $80. I don't know about that, Steve. Steve, I'm gonna let you know, I think I got it for like 10 bucks. So, I don't know if it was like unpopular or what the problem was with the game, but oh my gosh, chat. That game is like ecstasy to me. Like, if I want to be in a good mood, chat, I will go play Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. Although I will say, I managed to beat almost everything there was available in the game, except for the hardest difficulty. I am not good enough for the highest difficulty. Too hard for me, chat. As I said before, I'm not a big fan of like one-hit kill modes, and this one puts you so that any hit will put you at 1 health, and then you die on the second hit. Surprisingly, I got pretty far into the game on that mode. That's how much I liked it, even though it's just like insanely unfair. But eventually there's a boss that gets like a triple shot, so I die every time. So you stream it, force you to play one-hit kill mode. I'm trying to think if the PlayStation 3 I have has a save with the highest difficulty. I've definitely played it on the PS3, but I don't know if I've unlocked it. Oh my gosh, chat. See, that is a game. Okay, chat. True story. That was one of the reasons why I got the device so that we could parsec. So like, if Kirk wants to get in and play this fantastic game, it's doable, chat. We could do it, even though I'm playing it on PS3. I don't mean via emulator either. Like, I have a device that will just take his parsec controls. Although I think we're gonna have fights for the spear user. I'll just leave it as vague as possible. There will probably be fights on who gets to play the spear user, not the protagonist. We'll kind of go like, eh. Did I test it already? No, I don't think so, actually. It definitely seems to work. It's just I haven't had anybody on parsec. Like, it otherwise registers as a controller and everything else, so it's working on the PlayStation side. It has 2 ports, so I thought it was for 2 controllers, but actually I learned that that's not true. It's still a 1-to-1. So I'm using a, what was it called? Titan 2 gaming device. So basically I can have like one controller plugged in to be like the authenticator, because sometimes like the PlayStation will not allow it unless it matches the controller signature. And then it has one just for taking the parsec inputs. It has other features on it, like there's some kind of micro SD card slot, but I'll probably not end up using those for whatever it's intended for. But yeah, that's definitely one of those games I want to have fun. And definitely if we're playing like one of the PlayStation 3 Tales games, I feel like people would want to get in on that. Yeah, I don't know if they were trying to like test the water, because they did re-release, I think, Onimusha 1, but I was not really a fan of the first Onimusha. It's one of those things I found really funny, because I used to get, I think it was the Complete PlayStation magazine, something like that, and it came with the demo discs. And one of the demo discs was definitely for the first Onimusha game, so I've played part of it, even though I don't technically own it. But then they did a overhaul on Steam. But oh my gosh, Dawn of Dreams though, chat. That game is addicting. Oh man, I could still envision the combo chains leading to the infinite. I'll see if I can pull off the infinite on stream. It's been like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years since I played, but I think I can still pull off the infinite. I want to see, chat. So far, my only goal the entire stream is to see if I could get the fast kill on the worm boss. And that's all I'll elaborate into. I'll put it this way: there's the character that's the stick fighter, which I feel like people will fight to play because he's ludicrously unfair. He has like a, I'm gonna say it's not like a hula hoop, but it looks like he's kind of doing the limbo as he like spins the staff around him. And that attack has some weird interactions with the worm boss to the point that it can hit the worm boss for like an insta-kill. So that's supposed to be like one of the final fights in the game, but it's like under 15 seconds when I play. It's just really funny. So far, I think I'm 4 for 4 attempts. Every time I have done it, I have succeeded. It's just very amusing. He's very unfair. Although there's some boss fights I'm definitely not looking forward to. Like, they decide, hey, you're playing as a fist user. You know what would be a great boss as a fist user? A flying enemy that never touches the ground more than once a minute. Like, come on, really? Really? This is his matchup? Are you trying to make me hate this character? Yeah, that one is, I'm not gonna call it the gatekeeper, but man, it is just terrible. And none of his specials work because the enemy's flying, because of course. So I don't look forward to that boss fight. Also, actually, there's one more boss fight I really hated, and I don't know how to do it fast. Maybe I'll look up strategies for it, but if you're familiar with Japanese history, they have Tadakatsu Honda as one of the bosses, and man, that is unfun to play. That fight is so unfun to play, and I feel like that's probably one of the hardest parts for me. Unless we're playing on a higher difficulty, then I feel other bosses are slightly harder. But from a casual standpoint, if we're just playing on normal, like first time through, he's probably the only boss I will game over on. Because he's just so brutal. It's literally like, oh, did you enjoy blocking and parrying other bosses? Well, if you don't parry me, I'm just gonna do half your health. Also, I guard break, so if you try guarding me, I'll just hit you again for free. So you have to parry and or dodge every attack. There's no in between, chat. It's like, man. And then the worst part is you fight that boss twice. Yeah, you gotta fight him twice, and I'm like, man, this sucks. Oh, he also has super armor, because of course he does, right, Kirk? It's just one of those games. So you can't stun him. So it's just like, ugh. Fortunately, he is really slow, but again, it's kind of tedious. Like, there's a safe strategy, but it's gonna take me like 6.5 or 7 minutes to beat him with it. It just takes forever. I'm just like, why? It's not supposed to be like the gatekeeper boss, but it is. So I think that's it in terms of games. As I said before, I don't think there's anything else. But yeah, if chat sees something on the list they want me to bump up to higher priority, I will put Onimusha Dawn of Dreams all the way at the top just for Steve. Oh, yeah, there's one other game I wasn't sure if people would be interested in. I think it'll be Shining Tears. So I guess I'll do kind of something like this. Something like that, chat. So one thing I'm not certain about, chat, and I'm still trying to decide is what should we do on my birthday stream? Because I looked at the schedule, chat, and according to this, I will be streaming on my birthday. On June 3rd. That'll be a Thursday stream. It's about a month from now. Not sure if I should do a one-off or what to do. Yeah, my goal is definitely to start getting more icons and things for the stream, so I think by my birthday, I'll probably put in formal requests. So that way chat can enjoy some emotes. I feel like you guys would enjoy that. Yeah, I'm just looking at my desktop. I saw the game Moonlighter. That's a game that really disappointed me. I had such high hopes for it. It kind of fell flat. Shaking my head, chat. I was gonna say, if I was doing like a popular game, I guess I could play Final Fantasy Tactics. That's a pretty popular game, right, chat? I feel like people usually request that. Oh, actually, in this list, we'll do Valkyrie Profile. Valkyrie Profile 2. That should be on the list. We'll put Shadowheart sequels. Yeah, maybe if we could get the Shadowheart sequels, maybe we'll do one of those. Yeah, see, the problem with like Moonlighter is like that game was like too basic. It doesn't do anything exceedingly well, and it felt just kind of lackluster due to it. You don't think you've ever seen the OG Final Fantasy Tactics? I've only played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance myself. I've played Final Fantasy Tactics Advance as well as the sequel, and I played the original Final Fantasy Tactics. I will let you know, Chad, if we do it, we're not going to play the way the game wants us to play. We will go out of our way to cheese that game, and I will show you so many dumb exploits. So many dumb exploits, chat. You're going to shake your head. Like, I'm going to let you know, like, we're not going to speedrun it. Like, I'm sure we could. I don't feel confident in speedrunning it because I don't remember all the stuff offhand in order to get a solid run. But in terms of just showing off really stupid things that you could do in the game that are just absolutely hilarious, and I don't know if other people have done it, but like, I'll put it this way, chat. When I finally decided to beat Final Fantasy Tactics, I learned very quickly and very early on that there is an overworld battle system that will level with you as you level. So you'll just get progressively tougher enemies, which is like, okay, you're like, I don't understand what's broken about that. And then you realize there are certain classes in the game that will make that completely dumb. And by that, I mean, like, you can recruit monsters. So I can recruit eventually, just from like literally chapter 1, before even unlocking a town, I think I could technically unlock like level 100 enemies. And then I could just completely cheese the rest of the game with it. Or my favorite thing to do is, like, the thieves in that game are super busted. So I have them... I don't know how to describe the tactic properly for people that have not played the game before, but basically you could think of that there's two sets of experience. There's character experience and job experience. And you need to have a lot of job experience in order to get more advanced classes. And in doing so, generally you'll also get character experience. And where that is bad is that as you continuously play through the game, the enemies keep leveling up, but if you don't progress the story, your equipment at the shops will not level up. So you'll come into a conflict where you're still using Joe Schmo broadsword that gives like 4 to attack, and then the enemy might have like a 400 attack weapon because you've just been like messing around with the game. So there's some kooky things you could do with the thieves to stop yourself from leveling. So I could basically unlock every class in the game before ever reaching the first town, which is really funny. It's supposed to be like something you take the entire like game life cycle and then you don't even unlock all the classes, but we could just completely master the game system before we actually go to a shop. Like we could touch the town but never go in it kind of things. It's very silly. Then there's like ways to get around it. Like if you want to do more damage, as I said before, you can recruit the monsters that keep scaling higher and higher and higher and higher and higher to the point that we can have things that can just cast Meteor and instant win battles. Or we could do monks, which I think are level-based damage. So we could feed all of the experience via thieves. As I said, thieves are very broken. You can actually steal experience, like character experience from people while getting job experience. And we could just funnel the experience into one character, and then immediately we could kick that character out and lower the game difficulty again. There's some like weird things you could do with the system. Then we'll go for some of the old classic glitches. Like there's a way to just infinitely give yourself job points. So if you don't feel like grinding, chat, we could show that off. Because that game does get very grindy. So we could just go, you know what, I have all the skills, don't worry about it. There's like some menu bugs, chat, where basically you could buy skills that you shouldn't have unlocked. So we could completely cheese it. Steve is asking, do you think you'd be into playing the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection when that comes out? Steve, I will let you know, I don't think I've played a single Ninja Gaiden game. So to me, I don't know. I'm gonna say unlikely. As I said before, I'm not a big fan of like low, or I would say like high difficulty, low checkpoints. I don't know if I would go ahead and play that. I feel kind of mixed on that. I'm not big on platformer kind of games. It's kind of funny because I guess I grew up more I'm not even gonna say with RPGs. I actually played more like, funny enough, chat, I used to play puzzle games growing up, but clearly I was bad at them. But other than that, I'm like, I usually just play mostly action games. I never played the platformers. Like, when it came to, like, would I play Super Mario Brothers on the NES? The answer is no. I actually really did not like that game growing up. I had more fun with, like, Iron Tank or Jackal or anything else that was kind of like a shoot 'em up kind of thing. I know, I used to do puzzles a long time ago, and then I don't know, I think I was bad at them, but now I'm definitely bad at them. I know, drama music as it's revealed I play puzzles. I'm just like, I played things that were like semi-platforming, like ActRaiser, for example. It's technically has platforming sections, but ooh. Oh man, chat. Maybe we'll do like an SNES stream at some point. Maybe we'll put this here. Oh, that should not be capitals. So, I mean, I have all the adapters needed to play an SNES game, so maybe at some point we could play more of those. Because I think chat liked Ys 5 when we did that. Ninja Gaiden later games are more action than platformer, lots of combo systems. That I can't really say. I don't think I played the modern ones. I think those are Koei Tecmo games. I know I tried playing a game similar to how the newer Ninja Gaiden games are. Like, I think it was like Shinobi on the PlayStation 2. And I remember being totally bad at that game. The game did not appeal to me whatsoever. So if it's anything similar to that, I probably will not have a good time. I'm just gazing around the room, chat, wondering what the pauses are for. Yeah, I don't see anything else that I'm missing. Oh, I guess, you know what? I'll put this on the list somewhere. Let's say Dark Cloud 2. Maybe we'll play Dark Cloud 2 at some point, chat. Because I was originally going to get it because the PSN was going down, but then it wasn't. So, like, my urge to buy it went down. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm not sure where I'm going to rank this relative to everything else, but I'm going to put it pretty high. Oh, chat, I want to play the Deception series at some point on stream. It's kind of like one of those old clunky games. It's, if I had to describe their premise, basically think of yourself as, like, you could set up to 4 traps and use the environment to take out intruders, or purposely help them reach somewhere that you're guarding in order to affect the endings. It's just kind of one of those games where you're trying to bait enemy attacks. It's kind of amusing. You could do things like, for example, to have, like, a wall that pushes them, like, off a ledge, and then the ledge can either lead to, like, a spike pit, for example, or it might be, like, a springboard, and then they go flying, and it launches them into a fireplace, or just, like, there's actually some physics involved. So, for example, I can also do things like I could drop a rock from the ceiling and push it with the wall to knock people out, or it'll, like, roll back upon itself, so you could double hit people. That was kind of fun. That's a game where you kind of research traps as you go along. So you start with like a boulder, but then it could become like fire boulder, or thunder boulder, or like steel boulder. So that way certain people can't just break it with their fist. And different enemies have different immunities. So it requires you to figure out, you know, should I be hitting them with like arrow traps? Should I just be trying to manipulate their position? Are they immune to those? Do I need to use bear traps? Do I need to use like smoke? Do I need to put like a vase on their head? That kind of thing. So that game is like kind of puzzle-ish, because you do have to figure out like the best way to deal with them. At least if you want good points, you have to puzzle it out a little bit. So you have to kind of contend with the enemy immunities. Chat saying it'd be cool to see Dark Cloud 2, Shadow Hearts 2, and Valkyrie Profile 2. Hold on, chat. We're gonna make a new category called Chat Priority. So we're gonna say Dark Cloud 2 is definitely on the list. Onimusha. I'm gonna more specifically say Dawn of Dreams. That one's definitely the most polished of them, and that's one I would play over and over and over again. Ever get interested in Disco Elysium? I'm not sure if that's stream safe. I'm sort of interested in it. It's on my Steam wish list. But it's one of those ones where I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of like sex and drug usage from my understanding, and you could be a pretty sleazy character in it. I'm not really sure. I would have to watch more gameplay footage before I commit to that on stream. Just would be nice to see the sequels. Nope, it's there forever. So Shadow Hearts 2. Oh. There it is. I was like, where did I put that? Shadow Hearts 2 I'm gonna have to do a little bit of research into. So I don't own that game, so I would have to find it offhand or figure out a different way to play it. I know there's some emulation errors with both of these games, and I don't even mean specifically if you were to use an emulator. I mean, even if I played on the PS3 and using the PS3 to play them, there's still bugs. So those two I have to be careful about. I haven't heard anything bad about Dark Cloud 2, but I could also just straight up buy it from the PSN store. So there should be no compatibility issues when it comes to that. So we'll kind of put them in that order for now. Get rid of that. I think we made quite a list. Chat's like, oh. I love that the numbers went down. I must have moved them side to side at some point. But I think that's it in terms of games. Okage? I don't know what that is, actually. Let me do a quick look up. Okage Shadow King is a role-playing game developed by ZenorWorks and co-developed and published by Sony Computer Entertainment. It was released in March 15, 2001, exclusively for the PlayStation 2. The game was made available on PlayStation 4 in March through the PlayStation Network, as well as being released in Europe for the first time. I would have to look into it more. Maybe I'll take a look. Put it here for now. Yeah, but Steve, I don't have a PS4. I don't own a PS4, Steve. So that to me is, I would have to look. If it's not on PS3, I don't know if it'll happen. So yeah, that's why I was like, when I'm talking about the PSN store, I'm talking about PS3. That's the only one I own. I didn't get like the PS4 or the PS5. I have no interest in them. I enjoyed it when there was like free-to-play internet. I enjoyed that a lot on the PlayStation 3. But now I just have a stronger computer, so I don't really have a reason to go back. Unless there's like games that are exclusive. Maybe we'll do something like that. So I think at this point the list is finalized. I'll just scroll through it one time just so we could just kind of view it. So I have some maybes in here. We have like the Wonderful 100 Sukuna Yakuza series. Oh, chat. I was like, oh. I want to have a brief tangent for people that have know me and have talked about Yakuza with me before. Man, Yakuza 4, you were so good, and then you became so bad. How did it happen? Oh man, chat. See, that's like one of the ones I could probably get away with streaming on stream, because I don't feel like so far it's too bad until we get to the one chapter. Then I'm like, this is horrible. I think I'll have to self-censor the game, chat. I'll just have like a censor screen that says bad Yakuza. No one wants to see this. So I think that's our full list. Don't think there's anything else to really add there. Yeah, it's just like, oh, Kirk watched me get through the prison escape sequence on hard mode. Kirk knows it almost broke me. That was so bad, Kirk. You saw it, Kirk. You're the witness. You could testify. Tell me that wasn't one of the worst sequences you've ever seen in an action game. I know, Kirk. I'll do it again for the stream, just for the stream, because that prison escape sequence was horrible, chat. It's like I was actually losing it. I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this so much harder than everything else in the entire series? Yeah, that sequence, Kirk, so far is harder than anything else in any of the other Yakuza games I've played. So it's harder than 0, 1, 2, and 3. And that includes Double Pistols McGee, Kirk. I feel like that was harder than Double Pistols McGee. I know. I was gonna say, Kirk, are you ready to see Double Pistols McGee on stream again? What was his name? Like Karase or something? Oh my gosh, that fight was also atrocious. Yeah, it's like Kirk saw it. I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, chat. Okay, there's certain things I really like about the series. Like, I actually really love the plot for the most part, except for Yakuza 3. That game was terrible. But I got really into the plot of the different ones, and I feel like some of the mini games are pretty entertaining, except for Yakuza 3 because that game was terrible. But woo, some of those boss fights in the remakes, woo, it was a little rough. would be a fair statement. I feel like Kiwami 1, they had no idea what game balancing meant. It's from the casual standpoint, without unlocking all moves and grinding out endless encounters with a certain antagonist, it is just painful. So we'll talk a little bit about anime, chat, while we're here. I'm just curious what people are watching as of, we'll say just in general, this year, shows that they're watching this year. It doesn't have to be shows from specifically this year, so if people are watching stuff that haven't necessarily aired recently, but still want to talk about it, we could do that. It doesn't matter, that fight was BS. It's true. Double Pistol McGee was like, welcome to my invulnerability frames. Stupid Baka using your fists in a gunfight. Oh, oops. Did not mean to stretch it like that. Oh, that's interesting. It didn't, like, size it correctly. Oh well, we'll do something like that then. Started watching Odd Taxi today. I don't know what that is, Steve. What is... Give us a premise. Actually, you know what? I'll read the premise, and that way we could judge Steve. In a city which should be familiar, there is a feeling of something a little different. Odakawa is a taxi driver who lives an ordinary life, taxing some quirky customers around. A slightly eccentric stranger who has no relatives nor any relations with other people, Odakawa's hobby is to listen to Rakuku on the radio before going to bed. For the time being, the only people he considers as friends are the family doctor, Goriki, and his high school classmate... Oh man. Akihana? Something like that. Oh, it has like... See, it's like an Anthro world kind of thing. The Odakawa is a walrus, it looks like. Okay. Sarcastic walrus taxi driver. Maybe I'll check it out. We'll see. I'm willing to keep an open mind for things. I know, Kirk. I know, Kirk. He was just... It's like such a shame because he's like such a cool fight theme, Kirk, and he is just one of the worst fights in the Yakuza series. Honestly, there's only 2 or 3 other fights in the whole game that were worse. Doing the Digimon Adventure reboot and Shaman remake, I haven't really heard anything else. Well, I guess we'll talk about, I guess we'll talk about other things. Oh, shoot, Kirk. What was the name of the Talentless Nana? Oh, Kirk, hold on. Hold on, Kirk. Talentless Nana. Best. Best. I'm gonna say best would watch again. Oh my gosh. Oh, chat, I'm putting that up there. Talentless Nana, chat. If you have not seen that, my gosh, chat, that is a fantastic show. When is season 2 coming out, by the way? One moment, chat. It's saying season... Or were there 3 seasons? Wait, I'm confused. It's saying season 2's here. Yeah, maybe it's just missing season 3. Yeah, I'm double checking. I mean, like, hold on. Boundless Nana release date. Hold on, chat. This is serious news. Oh, they say they don't have any news. Okay, so we're still waiting on season 2. Okay, that was the clarity. Yeah, there's only season 1. It was one of those weird things where you go to search it, but it tells you, like, season 2 of an unrelated show, but they just happen to mention Talentless Nana. That's why I got confused. Also, apparently there's a show called Nana, which is probably why that came up when I searched Talentless Nana. The Devil is a part-timer. That show wasn't bad. Maybe I'll put it on the... I'm gonna put it TBD, check it out. So let's see, what was the name of the show Steve had just mentioned? I think it was Odd Taxi. I'll take a look. I'll check out Devil as a Part-Timer. Yeah, I've definitely seen the first season. It's just been a really long time, so hopefully it's not super connected to the plot events of that one. I remember he kind of worked at like a fake McDonald's at one point. I kind of vaguely remember the premise of it. And for a comedy, it wasn't that bad. Let's see. Oh, you know what? This one's for Kirk. This one's for Kirk. Oh, Kirk. Arslan Senki. Oh my gosh. Chat, this show is amazing. I wanna finish the Arslan saga. So good. Oh, actually, hold on. We also need to... we need to have another category. We'll say... Oh, hold on. It'll be disappointment. I'm gonna say the Yakuza House Husband anime. I don't even remember what it's called. People will know. People will know, chat. Somebody could correct me on the title of that show, but man, we barely got through an episode because Kirk and I previewed it together between streams. Whew, that was rough. We'll say I'll probably end up watching Psyche K again at some point this year. Yeah, the Yakuza House Husband anime, chat. I did not... That show did not click with me on any level. Actually, you know what? I'll put this in a different category. Actually, no. I'll leave it here, but I need one where it's like... I'm gonna put will continue watching. We need a new category. Just trying to think of like different ways to tier it. So one show I know I'm watching right now is Click, and that's probably the most interesting of the ones that I started watching. Oops, let's not play an episode while we're streaming. No. Bad browser. The animation was too stiff for you. Are you talking about Yakuza House Husband? When you're saying that? So let me read the premise of Click real quick. That way I could just give people an idea. Like, actually, I should start with Talentless Nana. Hold on, I never actually told you what the premise of the show was. One moment, chat. We'll go back in order and we'll just talk about them real quick. Okay, so one thing I will state though, chat, is I really don't want to ruin the plot twist of the first episode because it is so good. I will try to read as much of the summary as possible without mentioning the plot twist. But I'm letting you know, chat, Talentless Nana was easily one of my favorite anime of the year last year. I might even watch it again. So the summary of the show for Talentless Nana is 50 years ago, horrific creatures dubbed as the enemies of humanity suddenly appeared around the world. To combat these threats, teenagers gifted with supernatural abilities called talents, such as pyrokinesis and time travel, honed their powers at an academy on a secluded island. Then they say Naono Nakajima, however, is quite different from the others on the island. I think it says he, but I think they mean she. Anyway, we'll kind of skip through some of that. We'll ignore. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Never mind. That's not a spoiler. That's right. I just wanted to make sure because there's a plot twist with it. Okay, so it's giving you the premise that the starting character that they show does not have any talents. That's not a spoiler. That's like the first minute of the show. And then they're talking about how new students are joining, and then mysterious disappearances begin to occur. And we'll leave it at that. Yeah, Nana was so good. It's set up so well for different things. So good, chat. It's one of those ones where you'll kind of go like, you'll start watching it for like 10 or 15 minutes, and you're like, I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not a big fan of the current protagonist. And then you get to the plot twist to episode 1, and you're like, oh, I see what they did there. Oh, you're so good. You did exactly what I wanted. Kirk knows what I'm talking about without spoilers. Man, that show... Okay, so Chris, if you like devious things, you should watch Talentless Nana. That show is devious. It is meticulous. And I really like the small details in some of the other episodes playing parts in the different encounters they have later on. I really enjoy that on the rewatch too. And I like it that you could read their dialogue one way and then like you learn something either in the same episode or the next episode, and it just paints everything else in a completely different light. They do so much setup with that show. That's like a show where they definitely storyboarded out a lot. A lot, if not all, of season 1. Yes, mysterious disappearance is a big quote. That's a good point, Kirk. Yeah, so if you just want to see a very devious show, I would recommend it highly. But again, it jukes you. You'll have to guess what you think will happen by the end of the episode. Maybe you'll be right, maybe not. You'll have to let me know if you end up watching it. Yeah, the storyboarding in that show is fantastic. So let's talk about Arslan Senki, aka the heroic legend of Arslan. Oh, they're vocals and an origin song? I don't think we've ever heard those. How random. Anyway, Arslan Senki, let's see. The year is 320. Under the rule of the belligerent king Andragoras III, the kingdom of Pars is at war with the neighboring empire Lusitania. Is there a French song in origin? When did this play? I'm gonna skip that one for now because that actually distracts me. So it says, though different from his family in many aspects, Arslan, the young prince, sets out to prove his valor in the battlefield for the very first time. However, when the king is betrayed by one of his trusted officials, the Parisian army is decimated and the capital city of Ekbatana is sieged. So this one's kind of like a long, kind of, I'm not gonna say war drama, but it does involve like the gradual aging of the protagonist. So you'll kind of see him from a kid growing up into a young adult into kind of like a war going on in the what would be the equivalency of the Middle East. And I like the show a lot. It's very highly stylized, and I think Kirk has seen a couple episodes of it. It's very fun. You want to check out To Your Eternity if you've heard of that one? I have not heard of that. Oh, hold on. Is that the one where there's like... Hold on. I might have actually heard of this one. I take that back. Oh, I was gonna say Steve would be very amused by it because I know there's shape-shifting in it. I have seen it. Like, so we're gonna briefly move on from Arslan. Arslan I recommend from like an action standpoint, and if you like kind of like epic series where you kind of introduce like a building universe of opposing kingdoms, and you like that kind of like Kingdoms at War style kind of show, that one I really highly recommend. I love the intro and the outro for it. Yeah, so To Your Eternity is basically, from my understanding, It's I'm gonna say the adventures of an immortal being that slowly takes on different forms. So I know, for example, it starts off as a sphere that imitates the form of a rock. Then it's like it comes in contact with like living creatures, like a wolf, so it becomes a wolf at one point. Then it meets a person, it becomes a person. I've seen good ratings on it. I don't know if it'll be my kind of show. I know it does have like little transformation scenes in it, because I've seen like at one point I think the wolf becomes the boy or something like that, but I don't have any context for it. So I don't know if he acquires I don't know if he becomes other people later on. It's kind of ambiguous. Yeah, I'm not really sure where it'll go. I think when I last looked, it was on the 4th episode. I think I literally just, it's just one of those things where if I happen to be watching another show, I just look at recent uploads and I'll click it and I'll just skim like a couple minutes. So that's why I'm saying I don't really have a lot of context. But it looked like he was starting to gain humanity by the 4th episode. So I'm not sure what the other 3 episodes are like, but we'll see. It is highly rated though, so maybe people will enjoy it. Then I guess we should talk about Saiki K. So Saiki K is a comedy, and I had a lot of fun with it. It is very confusingly ordered, so it's kind of hard to recommend for people to kind of step into it unless they know like the order to watch the show. So like season 1 was not on Netflix, and season 2 also was not on Netflix, but then they decided to have like a 1.5 season that was on Netflix that aired concurrently. And that's really confusing because like halfway through the Netflix series, it then goes from like 1.5 to 2.5. So if you didn't watch the ending of the 2nd season, then it's like huge spoilers because there's a lot of things that happen at the end of the show, and it's kind of frustrating if you're trying to watch them in chronological order. So that's one that's kind of difficult to pinpoint and kind of unfortunate about it. But basically, if I had to describe the premise of Saiki K, also known as The Disastrous Life of Saiki K, basically it goes from the perspective of a person with psychic abilities, but they all have like big drawbacks to them, and he basically finds all of these abilities as like a curse more than a blessing. And it's kind of like how he deals with like everyday scenarios, trying to either hide his identity or how he tries to like change the results of something terrible that's going to happen to people he knows. So yeah, there's all these kind of weird quirks. Like, for example, he has like these weird little antenna things, and if he doesn't have them to basically control his powers, then they kind of go super awry. So like he might like accidentally teleport buildings while he's sleeping, kind of thing. So it's kind of an interesting show. I do like that if people do not like the tsundere kind of character, that this show completely dumps all over that character type. So if they do not like tsunderes, they would probably love this show, because all he does is just like destroy some character. They flip that role completely, and I'm like, that alone would make me watch the show, because he has none of it. And I love it, chat. So yeah, it's kind of like a mix of him trying to like either hide his powers, and he ends up in unfortunate situations where he's trying to help people but not get noticed, or he gets like roped into weird things. And due to his powers, sometimes like coming off accidentally, it puts him in like a worse situation. I had a lot of fun with it from a comedy standpoint. But yeah, the ordering the show is like such a nightmare. I don't know. I would definitely recommend checking out a season. I feel like by the time you get to the 3rd or the 4th episode, you've been introduced to most of the cast. They do introduce more characters in the 2nd season, but I feel like that's kind of the weaker part. I would say, if nothing else, give the 1st season a watch, chat. I feel like that one would stand up pretty well. So we talked about Click. Now here's one I'll also put on my continue watching list, since we got sidetracked for a little bit. So I'm watching something called Tokyo Revengers. Right, chat? So the premise of this one is essentially like there's a, let's say like middle-aged man regretting his life choices, and he was saying like how much better life was when he was back in school, kind of thing. And it starts with him getting pushed in front of a train, and you would think the story would typically end there, But it's one of those things where it turns out to be a time traveling scenario. So he learns he can slowly impact the future by doing different things in the past. So he's trying to stop a very specific event from occurring, and eventually someone else figures out his powers and things like that, and it adds complications to it. So far I've been enjoying it. So he knows like a little bit of what's going to happen, because I think it's like a gap of 12 years exactly or something like that. So he's just trying to figure out a way to stop bad things from happening too. So far I've watched, I think 4 episodes are out. And so far I've liked all 4 episodes. So if the premise sounds interesting to you, chat, where he's trying to make sure something bad doesn't happen, I would recommend watching it. If you like that kind of time travel scenario. Oh, stop trying to autoplay. Bad browser. It has a little bit of quirky humor to it, sort of like Erased. Kind of. If Erased also let him go back to the present. So he's able to come back. I don't want to go into too many details for people that haven't seen it, but he's able to go back to the present. And things he learns in the present will then impact what he intends to do in the past. And the caveat is that he can only go back exactly 12 years. So if he spends too much time in the present, those are days he can't go back to in the past. So he has to make some tough choices going into it. There's a little bit of a little bit of a scenario to it. It's kind of fun. So one other show I'm gonna put on the will continue watching. I'm gonna put Nomad Megalobox 2, aka Megalobox Season 2. Now, chat, I watched the first season of Megalobox, and I liked it, and I hated the finale. I hated it, chat. Hated it. But I'm watching I'm watching Season 2, and I feel like it's definitely been turning it around. It's very... I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. Artistic doesn't give quite the right merit to it. It definitely plays around with, like, non-conventional storytelling, where you are put in a point forward from how Season 1 ended by, I think, 5 years, and then there's kind of like parallel timelines happening at the same time. So you know that something terrible has happened between seasons, where he's basically a boxer who chooses to not basically use mechanical gear. That's why it's called like Megalobox, because it's just like basically it just means people that are in gear, and he's called Gearless Joe because he chooses not to use gear in a world where everybody is boosted by these machines. And so this one is after the events of the first season, and I feel like so far I think it actually works as a standalone so far. Like, it definitely references stuff from Season 1, but it does introduce it. It doesn't just, like, offhand state it and things like that. So I feel like if people haven't seen the series before, I feel like this one still works as a standalone. I really like the music so far in Megalobox 2. I'll probably look up the soundtrack at some point. So far, to me, that has, like, such an impressive soundtrack. Between, like, there's a lot of Spanish-speaking songs. I actually have to say, this is the first anime, chat I have heard an outro song in a language other than Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, and it was Spanish. Like, like, the rest of the show is in Japanese, but the song itself is in Spanish, which I thought was very interesting. So that's already a first for me, chat. I can't think of any other intro outro that does a different language than the one that they speak in the show itself. But a lot of fun so far, and by fun I mean it's a really dark story, and I love dark stories. So I'm definitely gonna continue with that. Let's see. I guess if I had to add to disappointments, I would probably put Demon Slayer here. Let's be real honest, chat. You should have seen that one coming. I'm not even going to describe the plot of that show. Don't watch it, chat. Haven't heard Russian in an anime intro or outro. Actually, you know what? You know what, Kirk? You're right. I take that back, because I have seen Ghost in the Shell. I take that back. But that's definitely the first time I've heard Spanish. Maybe try out Duran, the Princess of Snow and Blood. I'll write it down, chat. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that's the only one I can think of other than that. I didn't watch any Full Metal Alchemist stuff. I'm gonna be real honest, not a fan of Full Metal Alchemist. I'm not gonna put it in disappointment. I feel like there's parts of the show that work, but I will let you know what turns me off really quickly from shows is if they get really slapsticky or they go into a lot of cheapy faces. And FMA and Bungo Stray Dogs, whenever they just like cut away and they have like the cheap background animation stuff, I just find really annoying when I'm trying to get into the plot. I'm just like, can you guys like not do that? Someone just died. Like, could you not? Could you guys not? So for me, it's a big turnoff. I've read through the series of FMA. I'm like aware of it, but I could not sit through. I could not sit through the anime. I've tried a couple of them. They just every time, chat, it's like an instant turnoff. Let's see. Was there anything else I was really watching that I would recommend at this point? These are all things I've watched, I would say, within the past year. Oh, Dororo. Oh my gosh. Chat, that is like one of my favorite anime of all time. I would watch that again, 100%. I'm putting that on the list. Oh man, chat. Dororo with like everything I wanted Demon Slayer to be. It's everything. It's literally like everything that I don't like in Demon Slayer, they don't do in Dororo. What a fantastic anime, chat. Yeah, that. See, it's like even if I describe Demon Slayer, it sounds like I'm describing Dororo. Like, let's talk about Dororo briefly. So the protagonist is like hugely handicapped in the sense that he has basically been torn apart by demons, and most of his body is mechanical. And he's slowly regaining humanity / learning what it means to be human as he reacquires his parts from the demons. Like, he literally regrows them as he defeats them. Oh, no, I think you're thinking of Durarara, which is, to be fair, very similar in sounding. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, Kirk. Yeah, I think it's Durarara. The one with the, I know what you're talking about. The one that's on the motorcycle, that's like the Dullahan. See, that's fair. See, I know what you're talking about, Kirk. See that? I'm on the ball. Yeah, Dororo, it's very... I'm gonna say it's very dark at points, but it's a very beautiful show. Very, very fantastic action scenes. And it definitely goes into, like, the mature themes I was hoping Demon Slayer was leaning into. So it's not just, like... It's not as, like, black and white as it is in Demon Slayer, where there's just, like... some really, really clear antagonist, and then there's like some gray territory enemies, but not too many of them. Whereas Dororo, you could see like while this character is regaining himself that was stolen from him, he's causing the land itself to be doomed, right? Because they basically tried to sacrifice him in a ritual to give like protection to the land. So every time he defeats a demon, something terrible happens in the world itself. And a lot of it is about him slowly regaining his humanity, but also kind of becoming a monster at points in different ways. So I feel like it definitely goes into some of the psychology of the characters pretty well, but it's a really fantastic show. Like, this is one of those ones I would watch start to finish. And Kirk already knows I'm not skipping the intro for season 1. Maybe the later seasons. Ooh, this one. I'm gonna put highly recommend. Let's have a new category, chat. Like, I'm not willing to watch it again at the moment. I'm gonna say we'll watch again any day. Highly recommend. Jujutsu. I can't talk. Or type. Kaisen. Or I think it's like Sorcery Fight. The translation. That show is really good. See, if we're gonna do something that's more like a shonen style, Jujutsu Kaisen is also what I kind of hope Demon Slayer would be, where there are a lot of supporting characters like in Demon Slayer, but the difference is they aren't annoying. Like, it's kind of a key requirement, I would say, in kind of a shonen style show. So Jujutsu Kaisen is basically, imagine if the world was full of spirits and evil things, classified as curses, whether they were haunted objects or literal creatures or embodiments of different sins and things like that. And this is all about the protagonist who essentially, if you want to translate it very easily, if you've seen Naruto, it's basically better Naruto, where you have all the same characters. You have somebody that gets the equivalency of like the super powerful demon in him that he gets powers from but can't necessarily control. He has kind of like the edgy friend rival, who in this one is more of a summoner and is less of a jerk. So he's way more likable. Then you kind of have like the Sakura character, and she kind of goes into like voodoo doll kind of fighting. So she kind of has like an unorthodox fighting style. And so far I've been enjoying it quite a lot. It definitely gets the sense of scale down exactly how I kind of want in those kind of shonen shows, where you could see about where you think the upper echelon of power scale will be pretty early on. And they have some pretty unconventional powers, which is kind of nice. Like, I will not spoil who it is, but the character that fights with the guitar was like, it had me laughing. It was absolutely not the character I thought would fight with the guitar. And I was like, you got me, Jujutsu Kaisen. You break all those norms. So yeah, this one's kind of like, this one's a little bit of horror and kind of like both in the body horror sense and also a little bit psychological. So I very much enjoyed Jujutsu Kaisen. It's exactly what I want. So there's like kind of like the premise where like what happens if people get like impacted by the curses and they get mutated and things like that. So they have to come to grips with like doing the right thing versus like doing like a I won't kill a human kind of thing. So it's definitely a much darker show, and again, I really love darker shows. So this one was like completely up my alley. It has comedy in it too, so don't get me wrong. I feel like a lot of dark shows I do watch do have moments of humor, and that's like the sign of good writing. It isn't just like dark for the sake of being dark. There's some genuinely pretty funny and I would say heartwarming moments. So if people are worried about it just being like super bleak, it's not like that at all, chat. But it does get dark, I will just state. Yeah, this is basically better Naruto. Just like the main character is kind of peppy, but I would say not as obnoxious as any of those other kind of characters. And I feel like he knows when to take things seriously, which I feel like is a big issue with a lot of shonen characters, where they just get like overly cocky, and or they come off as kind of smarmy. And I feel like that's not the case in this one. I feel like the protagonist realizes like he's got like a big mountain to conquer. And he can have fun with friends, but there's a point in time where he needs to make some really serious decisions. And I respect the show for it. I have a lot of fun with it. I feel like the latest season was a bit weaker. It lost me a little bit when they were doing some back-to-back fighting, but overall, I think I still like the show. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've seen recently. My brain is like still sort of fried. I feel like I've seen other shows, and I feel like they're disappointing, so my brain was like, no, for your sake, I will make you forget what terrible things you have seen. Okay, Show Finder, is there something I forgot to talk about? What have I watched recently? Oh, actually, if we're just talking about for the past year, because we haven't talked about it at all, Kirk will be sad because I know he absolutely hated the ending to the show. But oh, Banana Fish, I would watch Banana Fish again. Now that is a really dark show. that one is really, really dark. You have to be in the mood for it. But ooh, man, that show was so good. Oh man, I don't know, Kirk. Am I forgetting something? Have we seen a show together? You hate the ending, you're just upset with the idiocy of the characters? Fair enough, Kirk. Yeah, Banana Fish was just one of those shows where I did not think I would be interested in, like... I don't want to classify it as yaoi, but I guess it's technically yaoi. It's like a... It's more like an asexual relationship, if that makes sense. There's not really a lot of, like, physical contact, but that's not the premise of the show itself. It's more like... two worlds collide. You have somebody that's from like pretty law-abiding America comes to Japan with like the absolute craziness, and he gets sucked into a gang war, and it's more about the gangs. Not to say like there isn't some relationship stuff in it, it's just not a huge focus. So it's like I didn't know how I would feel about it, but woo. Yeah, innocence and corruption meet one another, exactly. One with the criminals, so the one girl gets wrangled in. Oh my gosh, how could I forget that show? I already forgot its name again. That was a decent show. I would highly recommend it. I'm just terrible with names. Jeez, what was that show called? It's not Congo Bancho. That's a different. That's something else. I know. I'm blanking on the name. I'm letting chat down. Let me think about this. I'm just trying to remember a character name. Just any of them. What was she called? She was like the she's like the fake fugitive. Oh man, what was it called? See, it's like by the same people that did Danganronpa. I'm trying to remember. Like, it's like I'm like slowly building the pieces of. I'm gonna do Danganronpa anime. Hold on, chat. maybe it'll pop into it from that. I must know the name of the show. That was kind of fun in like a turn your brain off kind of way, because like the world itself didn't make a lot of sense, but it was a lot of fun to watch at the same time. Oh no, I can't find it, chat. It's like I know exactly what it would be. Yeah, because they all had the little code names for each other. So basically the premise of the show is that there are super criminals in the world, and they basically will get hunted down. And that's just kind of like a thing on the side initially. So essentially, law-abiding citizens kind of go about their normal day, but then there's this like these super criminals that come across and mess things up. So this is more of the perspective of kind of like an innocent, naive kind of girl. Ends up getting swept in when she meets one of these people, and she ends up going to jail because she's not able to pay, like, for ramen. Like, that's basically the setup for the whole show. But then she ends up getting involved, and she fakes that she's also a super criminal. So it kind of goes from that standpoint where they're ultimately forced into a kind of crazy job, kind of similar to something like Suicide Squad from the DC universe, where if they don't follow orders, they'll probably die. And it's essentially them going into... Yeah, she gets arrested for 500 yen, exactly. It's just like something really silly. And she tries to pretend she has like this super skill that got her caught. And so they're trying to like go against the whole establishment, and she has no idea what she's doing. And that's like the premise of the show. It's one of those ones that's really fun to watch if you turn your brain off. It has some really great action scenes and like a pretty strong emotional moment here or there, but I don't feel like the world makes any sense. So if people really want to get into the world, I will let you down now and just let you know that world just... It doesn't make sense how it works. Even in its own universe, it doesn't make any sense. Just don't think about it. Yeah, it's like, what was her name? It's like, it's not The Great Pretender, but it was like something like that. It's like she's like a scammer, and then there's like a driver, then there's Hacker. I know Hacker was one of them, but it's like I don't remember their character names. That's the problem. And I am completely blanking on this. This is gonna bother me. I'll try to think of it before the end of the stream. Yeah, it's kind of like a semi-futuristic setting. Oh, you know what? I just remember what it was called. It was called Akudama Drive. Because I could not remember that because it had almost nothing to do with anything. We'll put this here. I'm just gonna put brain off kind of show, just for clarity. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, I could not remember what it was called. But it's very cyberpunk, I guess is also the word I'm looking for. But the reason why I say Danganronpa is that the character designer for Danganronpa did the characters in this one, and you could completely tell. Like, it's just like, oh, this could be in a Danganronpa kind of show. So that one was like fun to watch and just like a kind of like a popcorn flick kind of thing. It did have some good moments in it. It's not to say like it was bad. It was just like, it's one of those ones where it's very flashy and they do things to look cool, and like it kind of works from their perspective. But if you take like a step back and think about anything, you'll go like, why would you do that if you know this? So just brain off while watching it, chat. Oh, the reason why I remembered Kirk is because she was Swindler. Her name was Swindler. See, I don't remember the original character names. I remember, like, there was the courier, the hacker, the brawler, the doctor, but I was like, oh, what was the character name so I could look them up. But anyway, they're pretty ridiculous characters, and it's kind of a fun show from that standpoint. So let's see, anything else in terms of shows? I am struggling to think of anything, chat. There's a show recently I have seen. Let's see, does my history tell me something that I have forgotten? Let's see, chat, we'll go to the magical world of history. Oh no. See, chat, this is what I'm talking about, where I block out bad shows. I just forget their names instantly. Oh my gosh, chat. Let me just put... I'm gonna put this here. I was gonna put, what is it, Gluttonier? I'm not even, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother looking up how to spell the show. Don't watch the show, chat. Don't even read the premise of it. It's terrible. It's terrible. I hated it. I felt offended. That was easily the worst show that I've seen this year. I felt offended watching that show. I was like, what's wrong with these people? It was that bad. I didn't even finish an episode. You know, I'm even gonna premise it with this. Didn't even finish an episode. Yeah, I want to preface this, chat. I could not get through an episode. I was very disgusted with it. Yeah, don't watch it. Not worth your time. It's not even like entertaining in a bad way. It's just like, it literally made me go like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, what? I'm like, it's just like, this is so unappealing. No, but see, Kirk, we finished House Husband. We finished an episode of House Husband. House Husband is like so tame. Gluttonier is like, the reason I don't like Gluttonier is that it's like overly adult and really gross. It's really gross. That's why I don't recommend it. It's kind of like when I made the mistake of trying out Goblin Slayer and I got like 5 minutes in and I went, okay, I'm like, I'm done. It's like, no. I don't like it when there are, how to say this in a stream safe way, implied forced relations. I think that's the way to state it. It made me uncomfortable. I'm just like, I don't want to watch this. I really don't want to watch this. If they're gonna show it, it's one thing if they imply that this happened to a character and they don't show it, but if they're like gonna try to show it, I'm like, you're drawing a line with me, anime. I don't want to watch this. No way. Get out of here. So I'm like, big finger wave. I'm like, I don't like shows like that. So anytime a show tries to do that, I'm like, listen, that makes me uncomfortable and it's not cool. So we're not gonna watch it. And those are things you won't like know, because you'll read a summary and the show will seem innocent enough. You're like, oh, like a fantasy setting, that could be fun. Then you try like 5 minutes in and you're like, don't you lower your pants? Oh, it's over. Close. Done. So yeah, don't watch it. I'm gonna say in terms of disappointment, I would say Demon Slayer is not as big of a disappointment as the bottom two. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's make a new category. Never watch. We need a new category. Because I feel like it's unfair to put Demon Slayer in the same category as that, because I didn't have like that bad of a reaction to Demon Slayer, but never watch the bottom two. Just never watch. Like, Demon Slayer at least has some redeemable moments, and I see why people like it. It's just I did not enjoy it, kind of thing. Like, there's a way where you could distinguish where, like, it has some really cool art scenes, or like, oh, I like the fight where they're in like a rotating room, and I'm like, I haven't seen anything like that, so that was pretty unique. But then there's just like elements of the show that drag it down, and for me it was all the stupid side characters. I just instantly stopped liking the show pretty much as soon as they did that. I wouldn't use the word hate. Like, I would say I hate the bottom two shows. Like, chat, I'm gonna reserve that word for very specific things. But on the scale of like, there's like hate, deeply disappointed, then like maybe annoyed, or like lukewarm. I think those are the scales going to neutral. I would just say I'm just mostly disappointed, not severely disappointed. Just, you know, I could see like if they had just spent like more time storyboarding the plot, it could have been a like beyond fantastic show. And to see like that like premise squandered like that is always disappointing. It's always disappointing to me. Whereas the bottom shows, I'm like, what unredeemable trash. Like, I'm never watching those again. Not even as like a joke. Like, I can't even. It's just not even close. Let's see. Was there anything else that we had been watching? And let me think. Fantastic shows. I don't know, Kirk. Was there something we had seen outside the stream recently? I feel like I mentioned Dororo, which was fantastic. That one was pretty. That one was going to be pretty hard to follow up on. And we did Akudama Drive, which I think was decent. We like Banana Fish. Arslan Senkai, we just started watching, but I've seen a bit further than Kirk has, for example. I have not completed the season 2, I think, so I'm gonna go watch that at some point. Jujutsu Kaisen's pretty fun. Oh, the Half Ghoul Spirit one. Oh! Shoot, what was that one called? I know what Kirk is talking about. Let me see if I can find it real quick. If it gives me Tokyo Ghoul, I'm going to be very disappointed. It immediately gave me Tokyo Ghoul. like, oh yeah, let me try Half Ghoul and Kitsune. Let's see if I can get it from this one. Kimono Jihen. There we go. There we go. I had to correct it slightly. That one was pretty good. I'm going to put that in there. So this one is another one of the kind of interpretations where basically it's a modern society and it takes place in Japan, I'm pretty sure. And it starts off more of like a mystery where animals are kind of dying off and nobody knows why. And I don't want to go too much into the reveal, but basically speaking, it is revealed that this world is like, what if the Japanese mythology creatures still existed in modern times, and they've had like offspring and things like that, so they're a bit more diluted. So you get to know about like the war between like Tanuki and Kitsune, for example. There's some classic demons causing issues, or there's some like inhabitants in the water, for example, that are agitated because like the town's building up along this the waterway and things like that. And so some of it comes off as like a mystery. Sometimes it's more of like an action event. And the whole premise of it is basically that there's these different stones that can influence either the psychology or the physiology of the user. They can either cancel the side effects to those kind of like half-breeds, I guess is the best way to put it. So they, for example, might lose like bloodlust, or they might not have like impulsive desires that would be more towards the destructive side. Or on the flip side, there's ones that like empower their like mythos side. So like there's an ice user that just becomes like super strong and can build like ice castles, like literal huge ice castles in like a blink of an eye. And this character is like so powerful and things like that. And it kind of explores the different relationships between the characters. I would say that one's more cutesy at points. That one's definitely more lighthearted for the most part, but that also has some darker moments in it. So I feel like people will... that one I feel like is probably a safer choice to introduce to people, so I'll put that in there. I had fun with it. It wasn't anything like super revolutionary, I would say, to me, but I really liked the universe it was set in. So I'm really curious where they go with it. There's probably more messed up, darker stories, like I think the one involving, I'm just gonna call him Spider-Man without going into too many details. His little arc was pretty twisted, and I was like, okay, the show will get dark at points. So for me, whenever that happens, I always smile. Again, I like really dark content. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything else we've watched recently. Yeah, his arc was like, ooh, that'll make some people cry, but like I feel like in a good way. It is a very emotional kind of series. It's like, hey, what can I say? I like it when the show gets dark. Listen, I like it when shows are not afraid to pull punches. So anytime they go serious and they're not afraid to go somewhere, they're willing to, even if it's just a one-off, I will respect the show a lot more for that. I hate it when they're like, oh, this person's dead, and they're like, nah, he's okay, we're just gonna super revive him or something. I feel like whenever they talk about themes like death or just like injury, I feel like they need to take it a bit more seriously, or I'm not gonna enjoy the show. Any show where they just constantly like super heal or super whatever, it just gets annoying at points. That's why I won't watch something like a DBZ. I just get bored of it. Like, no thank you, chat. I'm like, listen, no thanks. You're taking away all the emotional impact of your other scene by acknowledging that this exists in the universe. Don't do that to your series. Don't go full DBZ, chat. I will take a look through my history in general, but it will be a huge mess. One moment. Maybe a show title will pop out and I will either have horrible flashbacks or not. Oh, you know what? You know what, Kirk? One that I would say I would probably put in the disappointment section. I just remember, Kirk. Well, I think we watched, what was it, Gangsta? I think it was Gangsta was the name of the show. See, that one was one where, like, I really liked the show up until the ending, and then, like, it just ruined it with the ending. Like, that, it's a very... Oop, I did not mean to size that up. My bad, chat. Just uncover chat real quick. That's just kind of one of those shows where I like it because it reminded me of, I was going to say Black Lagoon. It has that kind of maturity to it where it's kind of like following the roles of different enforcers within a town. And I thought that was a really interesting premise. I like that they kind of had like some of the non-violent approaches, or at least like unorthodox ways of ending encounters. And I had a lot of fun with it up until the end. Yeah, it had like the mute swordsman and the sort of grifter dude, exactly. And like the whole premise of it is that there were different rankings of people, and it talks more about how they receive those rankings, like both the mercenaries and like they sort of have like, I would say the equivalency of superpowers, and then some of them can take drugs to temporarily like enhance themselves. So it had some pretty interesting fights, and I said before, it's more of like a... It plays out more like a Black Lagoon. It's a very mature show, I would say, overall. So I liked it that it was taking it more seriously and those kinds of things. I always like gangster kind of style shows in general. So this being called Gangsta got my attention, as I do like watching things with Yakuza and different gangsters in general. But yeah, that ending was just such trash. And that's why I forgot about it. Let's see. I don't know if there's another category. I guess I'll put Skate the Infinity here. I guess we'll talk about like non-traditional shows. I was surprised that I liked the show, to be honest. I don't know what it is specifically about it. I mean, it's literally about skateboarding, and it gets kind of over the top at points, but I actually really enjoyed it from like a drama standpoint. So I'll probably finish up the season that I'm on there. What about the criminal mother grabbing her daughter from the terrible orphanage? Oh, hold on. What a great reminder, Kirk. I have to go watch that. I think that's give me a moment as I try to recall what it was called. It's like something... It was like Michiko and Hachin? I think that was... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the name of it. Yeah, I had fun with the skateboarding anime. I was kind of surprised. Like, to me, I don't usually watch, like, sports ones, but I feel like that one was more just exploring relationships. So from, like, a drama standpoint, I thought it worked. I'm not going to call it, like, revolutionary or anything, but I'll watch it. It's like, I'm not going to put it in, like, the highly recommend or would watch it again, but I don't regret watching it so far. I feel pretty neutral to mostly positive. It's just kind of one of those ones that kind of surprised me. I think I really like the intro. So here's the spoiler, chat. If I really like the intro to a show, I will watch it no matter how bad it is. unless it has some really offensive content. As in the ones that have now scrolled off a screen. They're not worthy of being on screen, chat. They know what they did. Let's see. Let's just go through my history real quick. Is there something in here that I have not mentioned? Oh, uh, I'm gonna say we'll watch it board. Let's have a new category. And I will make it just for this one, gallery fake. Because I am a sucker for some of the older shows. So this one is kind of like the perspective of an art dealer who's basically just kind of like really good at identifying fakes and things like that. And it's more about him either trying to figure out if a piece is authentic or he's trying to get a deal to pass that's kind of shady. And it's not like too like mind-blowing or anything, but I find some amusement from it and how he like either tricks other artists or like how he smuggles paintings or things like that. It's kind of like a product of the times. I want to say the female characters are not really anything too impressive or anything to really write home about, but I'll watch it if I'm bored. Also, it has a good intro. So if nothing else, I'll kind of sing along to it. That's kind of nice. But let me just scroll right through. Is there anything I have forgotten? Oh. Oh, yeah, here we go. I see. I knew I was forgetting something. From the New World. Man, that show was such a disappointment. How to describe this one? Let's see. I'm gonna need Google's help to form some words on this one. Yeah, From the New World. So this one has... Oh, the music actually stopped. Did we actually ran out of songs. Wow, that actually blew my mind, chat. One moment as I go find something else to play real quick. So basically, it's supposed to take place in the far future where most people have psychic powers, I'm pretty sure, is the whole premise of it. And as you learn about it, it talks about how there was a war between those with powers and those without powers. And it talks about how the people with powers were kind of put under control with the fact that if they try to use it to injure other people, they get something called either attack inhibition or death feedback. And it's kind of like a controlling mechanism. But then there's some people that are able to override that due to like genetics or something like that. And it talks about like what happens if there's all these people with crazy powers, but they can't defend themselves. And like what happens to society when something bad happens. Oh, there's E7's music is also available? Oh, we never took a look at E7. We'll let E7 load up a little bit then. Yeah, let's just pull like the first... Let's just try a song just to hear how it sounds. I'm gonna chat. There we go, good enough. So this one's kind of interesting because it parallels like... I want to say Japanese history to a point. Like, there's characters that are clearly supposed to be major Japanese figures in the Sengoku era. They're kind of like paralleling history with it, but just with powers kind of thing. And it just was such a mess. It was such a mess, chat. It was very clunky in execution, and it just didn't work for me. Yeah, it's supposed to be like this dark fantasy dystopian future kind of thing, but it just didn't work. I think a big issue with it is that they really did not set up really key plot points, and I found it really distracting because of just how little they added into the story, where I actually got confused. Oh, Drifters. Yeah, I did not like Drifters either. I didn't watch it recently, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah, like at one point it was supposed to be implied that they were being hypnotized, and I didn't figure that out until like 7 episodes in. I'm like, I kind of figured there was some memory manipulation, but it didn't like... It didn't really explain anything. It just kind of went unsaid for a while, and then no one seemed to really react to different events or characters being gone until like much later on. So it just felt kind of off-putting while watching it. Like, I think I know what they were going for, but the execution was a little weird. because it wasn't implied that like anything was happening to them. Like it would have made more sense if you heard something or you saw some symbols between episodes. I feel like they didn't have to explicitly state it, but it just felt really weird how they decided to execute the fact that people were forgetting that their like classmates are disappearing one by one. But yeah, no, it was not worth watching. I ended up finishing it, but it was not a show I would rewatch. Chad, I think we're coming to the end of the things I have to talk about from the anime perspective. Just trying to see which ones I've actually seen. See, there's some I've clicked on, but I know I have not watched, so I'm just kind of ignoring them. Yeah, most of these I don't think I'd watch more than an episode. Didn't appeal to me. Oh. Oh, I know what I watched within a year. Hold on. Got a high school. Get over here. Get in the disappointment list. That's what I watched. I had to think about that. I'm like, oh yeah, I did actually bother watching that within like the past few months. And boy, that show it just made no sense. Oof. So if I had to explain the premise, chat, it's basically like there's different characters that turn out to have inheritance from different legendary characters that influence powers they have, and they end up fighting in a kind of arena just because, like, it's like kind of like a mixed martial art tournament, but then it goes like superpowers, and then suddenly Sun Wukong. That's all I have to say, just suddenly Sun Wukong. And that show made no sense. That was one of those ones where I got to like the final episodes and I was like, what the heck am I watching? I was just like, it went from like a kind of interesting martial arts tournament without powers to suddenly they're summoning a staff as big as a city to fight some massive god creature. And I'm like, but why? But why? And then I feel like a lot of the legendary powers that they had didn't really make sense for the character. Like, I feel like at one point... Yeah, I feel at one point they had, like, the swordsman gain, like, Lu Bu's powers, and I'm like, okay, listen, of all the people you're gonna use for being famous swordsmen, you pick Lu Bu? You're not gonna pick Musashi? Why wouldn't you pick Musashi? I don't understand. Yeah, I feel like it was, like, if you condensed 5 seasons of a shonen show into 1 season, there was so much power creep after the first couple episodes. It was insane. It was insane how much power creep there was. It was literally like, at one point an entire city's destroyed. It goes from like they're just kind of having a normal fight to a city is destroyed in the span of 12 episodes. I'm like, but why? Again, I don't know if it's a bias for me from other media, but I feel like at least if she's gonna be Lu Bu, she should have at least had a horse, or at least used a spear, or at least used multiple weapons. I feel like there's a lot of iconic things you associate with a really famous character like Lu Bu, and that character checked none of them off. It made no sense. So it was just like the power creep of that show was just completely out of control. Oh, and since we're talking about things that I watched recently, I did watch this, Tower of God. Now, this chat is one of my favorite shows. Honestly, please watch the show, chat. It is everything I've ever wanted in a show, basically. If we want an action series that we want to talk about that's pretty accessible for people, that isn't like overly dark, oh, please do Tower of God. So basically, the premise of it, chat, if I had to describe it, is that there are people trying to enter this tower, and the premise of it is that if you reach the top of the tower, you will be granted a wish, and you'll essentially enter this royalty, or at least this elite status. So the person that's at the top of the tower has family, so there's a little bit of like royal family struggles, and you'll see them kind of throughout the tower. And my gosh, chat, it does everything I want. I would say that the weakest part of it would probably be the protagonist, because he gets really hung up on a certain character, which I will not go into many details about, but basically he goes into the tower to find her, and he doesn't really have a wish of his own when he first goes into it, but it's kind of him developing as a blank slate kind of character, because I believe it's established that he has amnesia to some extent. That he slowly becomes his own character. But that show just is fantastic, chat. Really great action sequences, and I want to say from a supporting cast standpoint, phenomenal. There are so many characters, like, if they made you want to hate the character, they made you hate the character. If they wanted you to like the character, they made you like the character. And even the characters where I'm like, I wasn't sure if you're supposed to like them or not, and then they do like a twist with them to some extent, like either you learn something about their history or their motives, and then I'm like, oh, that's perfect. That is perfect. Change nothing, Tower of God. So I'm excited for a season 2. That one has one of my favorite endings to a show of all time, and I will leave it at that. Favorite season 1 ending. No spoilers, but really, really amazing season 1 ending. I was so gleeful, chat. It brought a smile to my face when I got to it. I'm like, thank you for going there, Tower of God. Thank you for not chickening out and doing something weaker. Do what you set out to do. So highly recommend that show, chat. I watched that kind of recently. Oh, hold on, chat. Other shows that I've seen within the past year. Where where would I rate this? Would it be more disappointing than Gangster? Because these are tiered. The ones at the top of the list are probably the most disappointing to me. I'm putting them in like the most in a category. So if they're really high on the never watch, it means I probably hate them the most. Let me make sure that makes sense. Actually, maybe I should flip that, because I already have Yakuza like that. So I would say in terms of least disappointing, maybe it should be more like this. Maybe this is pretty close. Then I think on this list of disappointments, I forgot where it was. Oh, yeah, here it is. So we're gonna put this into the almost not watchable category. This one was like really borderline with me. I really did not like the Golden Kamui. I really like the premise of it. I read the description of it and I was like, oh, this sounds like it would be my kind of show. I like really dark things. So like when this is supposed to be talking about like a really scarred war veteran kind of thing trying to return home, and he's learned about a secret treasure trove, and he's trying to figure out where the location of the treasure is, and talking about his like survival and struggle in like a post-war society. I thought that would be something I'm interested in, but man, the crudeness of the humor was such a turnoff. What an absolute turnoff. It's like, for a show that goes like that dark, I don't want to have like potty humor, if that makes sense, chat. Like I don't find it appealing. And I don't mean like it's a one-off. It's like throughout the whole show. It just was like, I couldn't take it anymore. So if you don't mind that kind of humor, it seemed decent otherwise, but like, for me, it was like borderline never watch territory. I got further in that than some of the other shows that we've seen here. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. I finished God of High School Season 1. I don't think I finished Golden Kamui Season 1. Maybe this is actually fun then. But yeah, that show had a very strong negative reaction. I'm just like, man, can you just not talk about like things looking like poo? Like, could you not? Like, this is just the lowest common denominator. Like, just bottom of the barrel humor. They're really scraping for a joke, chat. It just felt kind of desperate. Not a good look for a show. See, there's other shows I've watched, but I don't think I've seen them within the past year, so I'm gonna exclude them. Because I mean, there's other shows I would recommend if you haven't watched it, like One Punch Man, but I haven't watched that in a year. I would watch Season 1, not Season 2. Or Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho's good, but I think that was over a year ago at this point. I'll just double check. Yeah, it was back in 2019. Yeah. So I'm not going to qualify on that, but I had a lot of fun with that. I don't think there's anything else I've really seen. Just kind of scrolling through my history. I see my desperate attempts to look up the samurai anime. I don't remember what it's called. Even having looked it up twice, I still don't remember what it's called. Oh. I'm trying to remember. Was it like Bloodgraph, or what was the name of that one? There's one I don't recall the name of. It was just an okay show. If I don't remember it, I don't feel torn up about it. But it was one I tried. It was like, I guess it was kind of like Gangster in a way. There's people with superpowers. I know there was a guy that had like a cross-shape attack. I think there was a guy that transformed, and it was just kind of like they're doing delivery services and weird things like that. But it did not really stick out to me. I guess into the... I'll put it into the not memorable category. I think this will go into here. I watched something called Akata Tonkatsu. Can't even spell it, chat. With like Katsu Ramens. The show was okay. It's just like I didn't have anything overwhelmingly positive or negative to say about it, even though I watched the full thing. But basically, it's kind of like a detective agency show. And it's just very generic to me. There's not like a character that's just like, if you've seen those kind of things where it's like a set piece of a few different characters, you kind of have like the super smart detective, and you kind of have like the jokester, and it's just like then for some reason they have an annoying child character, which makes me roll my eyes. It's just kind of one of those things that was okay. Seeing anything else in my list. I think I might have exhausted it. Oh, hold on. Did I just remember the name? Hold on. Yeah, there we go, chat. I did it. I've searched the show so many times because I forget the show every single time. I like the show, and we'll probably watch it again. I'm not gonna say any day. I'm gonna lower it. It's like probably I probably rate it about here. Is the show called Onihei. I liked it as kind of like a one-off series. Basically, it takes the perspective of a night watchman in feudal Japan, and this is kind of his squad, so you take it from the perspective of the police captain. And some of them are just like one-off cases. So to me, it's like it's very episodic in nature, but I feel like this goes into very mature themes. It's not like super dark or anything, but it's also not just like lighthearted, if that makes sense. So I had a lot of fun with it because it was talking more about like, as this police detective like goes through the different cases, it's exploring a little bit of his relationship with his son. So you could kind of see both from like how his family views the police work as well as the public. And then you could see that sometimes like some of the police officers might leave the force because they're committing a crime, or maybe they're like they get shaken up because they saw something traumatic. And it's more like it's more of a human element story. It's not like there's like crazy fight scenes in it. Like there are fights in it, but it takes like such a backseat to the rest of the story. So I enjoyed it more from that standpoint. It's more of like a scene in, I guess, where it's more meant for the mature audience. It's not just like crazy action or like goofy comedy. Me mentioning detectives reminded you of an anime you're somewhat excited for? And what anime is that? You can't leave us in suspense, you have to answer. I think that is it, chat. I am struggling to think of anything else to talk about. Are there other shows that the chat has seen within the past year or so? As I think going forward, we'll just talk about, you know, stuff we've seen this year. But since we didn't do it last year, we might as well ask if we've seen anything last year. And again, it doesn't have to be relative to, like, it didn't have to release last year necessarily either. But I suppose the chat can offer things that, in general, since we never talked about anime. Not like a full episode like this. See, the problem is, like, I think I used to use another site for watching shows, and then the site, I think, was taken down or something like that. So I'm missing a lot of the history. So I think there's some shows I have watched and just simply have forgotten the names of. But if I see the name, I'll go, oh, I'll go watch it. Budo PI is anime sequel to Kamen Rider W. I was gonna say, I'm actually familiar with Kamen Rider. I think that actually used to air on Fox on occasion, as I've definitely seen it a few times. Steve saying they announced the second part of an anime I was watching that will play out in the summer. Well, Steve has to let us know. Oh, yeah, from last year. Thank you, Kirk. See, that's one of the shows we didn't watch. Oh, Darwin's Game. Oh, you're going up there. Ooh, do I rate it higher than Jujutsu Kaisen, though? Ooh. Ooh, that's a close one. You know what? I would say under Tower of God, but I feel like... Oh, Darwin's Game. What a classic. That's another one of those shows where I just feel like it worked. Like, honestly, it just kind of worked. The only thing I have to say, my only disappointment with it is they definitely ran out of budget or something on the final episodes. But if I had to describe Darwin's Game for people not familiar with it, essentially Darwin's Game turns out to be like a phone app game, but when they activate the app, it ends up putting them in kind of life or death fight scenarios, and players will slowly accumulate points for perks kind of thing that impact the real world. So this is just all about like one character getting involved in it, and a little bit about some of the people that he knows from classmates getting sucked into it, but it's mostly just like his way getting through the game and like him forming alliances and things like that. So if you like that kind of series, I would say it's really solid. Again, I would say only maybe the last episodes were disappointing. That's why I wouldn't rate it higher than Tower of God, but I feel like it had a really strong 6 or 7 episodes. Like really, really strong. And I don't think it was like completely a turn off, don't get me wrong, but I will definitely detract some points for it. But otherwise pretty good. Steve is saying it's When They Cry related, so you wouldn't be interested in that one. That is true. I did not enjoy that series. Ooh, you know what I'm on the fence about, chat? I'm gonna put this on the list. It's not technically out yet. Ooh, what was it called? It's like, I think it's called Rising of the Shield Hero. I think it's the full title, Season 2. I'm just gonna put not out yet. I'm kind of on the fence about it. I'm kind of on the fence about if I want to continue with it or not, chat. Promised Neverland apparently butchered Season 2. See, I think my problem with getting into Promised Neverland is I just don't like the premise. Not the promise. I don't like the fact that they're so young. I don't like that it involves kids. I feel like that to me is a big barrier for me to get over if I want to get into a show that dark. So I don't entirely remember the premise. I just know that they're basically being killed off kind of thing, and they're trying to plot and escape. From my basic understanding of the show. But to me, they're just too young. I don't know. Excuse me there, chat. I started coughing. Hopefully I muted it in time. Yeah, there were just kind of like random 80s shows I saw, but like I don't even have an opinion towards them. It's just kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of like I don't know if I would put it in the will watch it board. It was just something. It was something that just kind of happened. Like I watched the show Speedgrapher, and that show is not good, chat. That show is like it's not good. It has a lot of like all the classic things that are wrong with like 80s anime. It's very much a product of its time. It's weird. Like it's like a more modern release. Like I want to say it's like a 2000 show, but it very heavily takes from 80s element. So it would not surprise me if it directly came from a manga series, to be honest. It just kind of came off as one of those shows. It's just kind of like kind of sleazy, kind of trashy. It's like basically the protagonist gets a power where anytime he takes a photograph, it's basically weaponized. So anything in the photo is destroyed, kind of deal, like it had been shot. And it's about him trying to save the person that gave him powers, kind of thing. But it's not a good show. Don't watch it. I'm not even going to put it on the list. That's just like, it's not even to warn you. It's like you will not accidentally stumble across that show. We'll leave it there. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those. Like if you look at the character designs of the show, it very much looks like, oh, someone was very much inspired by the 80s. Steve in the chat is saying he's excited for more RE0. It really has me interested in the lore of the world it takes place in because they have a lot teased for the future. Interesting to know. Actually, you know what? There's a show where I'm on the fence about. There's nothing wrong with the show per se, but I'll put Vagabond on here. I should probably... I'm pretty sure it's called Vagabond. No, it's not called Vagabond. Oops, what was it called? Oops. I forgot the name of the show. Vagabond is a manga, which I did enjoy. It involves samurai, but that's not the show I was trying to think of. What do you think about this? To describe it, it is basically going through the history of the... I want to say it's the Mad King of Denmark? I'm trying to recall. It's the famous person who shouted at the sea and said that he said the tides will not rise. I'm sure people who know history know what I'm talking about, but it's from that perspective. But it's also about a kind of like a survivor from the war and how he gets involved in the different Nordic/Viking crusades. And it is an interesting show, and it's very nice. The problem with it is that I remember too much of the plot. Oh, it's Vinland Saga. That's why I was thinking it was Vagabond. Pretty sure it was Vinland Saga. Let me double check. It's one of those ones where, like, I unfortunately know how it goes for, like, the whole first season of the show. So it's kind of hard for me to want to go into it because it won't really have an impact. Like, I already know all of their fates. So, like, I don't really want to jump into it. And there's not too many differences, I want to say, between it. Okay, so it takes place in 1013 AD. And I think I was trying to think of Canute. I believe that is the name of the Mad King that I was trying to think of. So it involves a little bit of the wars in that central area. It doesn't take place in like one location in particular because the person does travel across the sea at one point. But it's very interesting. If people are interested in I guess I'll say Berserk Light, where they're interested in kind of like a dark fantasy setting, but they don't want it to go like overly adult or kind of like questionable imagery, to say the least, then I think Vinland Saga is kind of a nice middle ground. It's so far, it's not like anybody has superpowers or anything. It plays it very straight. It's just that they kind of dip into the realm of unbelievability because there's characters that are just really good at fighting, where it's like it kind of like plays with that boundary line a little bit. Like there's a guy that basically takes out like 12 armed swordsmen with his fist kind of thing, and you're like, I don't think so. I don't think so, for being realistic, but if you want to go forward with it, that's fine. But I think my big issue with the Vinland Saga is that, again, I've seen what would be the equivalent of probably the first 2 seasons because I've read the manga. And it has some really interesting dream imagery, mostly haunted and things like that, where he like sees the images of people that have perished or that he's taken the life of, etc. And unfortunately, the character undergoes a very big personality change, and I really don't like him for a long time in the manga. So it's kind of hard for me to get into it. But from the standpoint of when it plays from him being younger, going into when he leaves I was gonna say the continent. I forget if he's actually in England or not at first. But when he first sets sail until a very important murder, I'll put it that way, I found the series extremely interesting. I liked it exploring the different politics of the land and the different personalities of the characters. And I feel like they gave you a character you're supposed to hate, kind of thing. And he's also kind of like amusing and kind of cool in his own way. And I had a lot of fun from that standpoint. But again, because I've seen the series, and because some of the moments in it are so memorable, it's very hard for me to pick this up because I'm just too familiar with the plot. So it'll be basically me sitting until I see like certain key scenes. So it's a little hard for me to go back and rewatch compared to other things. So Steve is saying he's excited for RE0. He's an interest in the lore of the world that takes place in because they have a lot to tease for the future. I have not really seen RE0. I probably will not, or ReZero. I'm not really sure how it's said, but in either case, I probably will not end up watching that show. I felt kind of iffy from summaries and things like that. I don't think it would appeal to my interests. I'm sure it's very good, but it just, I'm gonna file it under the category of nah. It's fine, but I'll check out the other things for now. So it seems like I have some new shows to look into, so that's kind of fun. Yeah, Vinland Saga I would recommend. Is there anything else at all I can think of? I'm stretching my brain, chat. I'm sure there's something else I've seen that I've forgotten that is worth mentioning. My short-term memory with names is terrible. Like, if you mention a show, then I'll be like, yeah, I remember that show. That show was amazing. But then it's just like, it doesn't come to the forefront of memory. Yeah, I've watched some shows that had like a little mixture of like time travel. Like, I think Steve at one point had recommended to me the show Erased, and I did enjoy that show. Yeah, looking back at my history, I don't think there's anything else I've forgotten, because this would have been just from the past year or so. Well, that's good. It's always good when the season 2 is not a big letdown. One Punch Man. You know, it's nice to be excited about another season. Oh, chat. I guess in general, talking about shows I probably will rewatch that falls outside the category, I guess Baccano. I want to go watch Baccano again at some point. That show was very, very entertaining, but it's not a show you can just off and on watch. It's definitely recommended you watch all the way through. It's one of those unconventionally told stories where there's a lot of different character perspectives happening, so like each episode will follow the path of a different character, but on top of that, it will have a parallel story that brings in the backstory of not necessarily the character you're following, but just of the general events. So as you kind of go forward in the present, it goes further and further backward into the past. So it's very much like, don't just like watch an episode and then come back 2 weeks later kind of thing. But when you watch it all the way through, I think it's a very satisfying experience. I think that's about all I've seen. So, nothing more for me to say there, chat. I'm just briefly looking to see if there are any shows that are being recently released that I'm interested in, but the answer to that is probably no. Hello, anime list. Is there something on here that I've seen that you can refresh my memory about? Answer appears to be no, chat. So, since I don't have too much to add, I'll probably be concluding the stream in a little bit. But I'm amused that we could kind of have on-demand soundtrack. So thank you, East Series. Cameo of East 7 towards the end. Yeah, just scrolling through these. None of these look too familiar. Like, there's just a lot of shows that I think just had kind of like an average impact where I like kind of remember the plots of them, but they just kind of go into the... It's more background filler. Will I be excited talking about the show? No. That's why it's like, it's just, I don't even feel like looking some of them up. Like, I think I saw one, for example, that was about, I want to say a princess trying to escape, she ends up being taken out of a kingdom, and it's about her building up an army of generals to try to take it over, but it's more of like it plays it not from like an action or a drama standpoint, but more of like a light romance where like she starts falling for the lieutenants. That's not a show I would watch. I just kind of stopped watching it. Just kind of those things where like, I understand why people watch it, but that's not like why I want to get into a show. So like, I'll see it for like a couple episodes and go, okay. And then I'm like, oh, this is what the show's really about. Got it. And then I just close. I'm like, no, thank you. Like, listen, chat, I don't usually get into relationship pieces. Like, no, thank you. Oh, Kirk, I was gonna say, you referenced the Joran the Princess of Snow and Blood. I don't think I actually looked up what the plot of that was. I recognize what it is from the image, because I've seen the woman kind of holding the parasol. The paper umbrella kind of thing. That's set in an alternate history in Japan in 1931, and the 64th year of the Meiji era. The Tokugawa shogunate was never abolished, and Emperor Meiji was never restored to power. The anime will follow the activities of an organization of shogunate executioners who enforce the government. The country has developed its own energy source, the Dragon Vein, has achieved unique development in which science and the Edo period are mixed. Okay, well, I'll give it a shot. We'll see how it is. I am a sucker for things in Japan. Yeah, I just saw that when I was scrolling through, it came in they recently uploaded, so it seems like it's still occurring. It looks like as of today, only 6 episodes are out of an expected 12. Yeah, To Your Eternity is still only at episode 4. Nothing really much is updated there. You know what? I was thinking about it. I was like, hold on, has it been enough years? Should I go back and watch Sengoku Basara Season 2? I'm thinking about it, Kirk. I'm like, oh, I'm kind of getting a craving for that show. Man, there's just certain shows that I will just go back to. Like, even though I haven't watched it recently, I'm just thinking about it. Should I go? Oh, no, it showed me Demon Slayer. That put me in a worse mood. Let me scroll out of the way so I don't have to look at Demon Slayer. But, oh my gosh, Sengoku Basara Season 2 is definitely a guilty pleasure. Like, it is not like a good anime in the traditional sense, but it is just so ridiculous and over the top. I can't help but love it, chat. It knows exactly what it was trying to do, and it won me over from that. Like, Season 1 wasn't bad, but Season 2 was like, they're never topping that. Like, they did other seasons, don't get me wrong. I think there's, like, End of Judgment was one of the seasons. That was Season 4. Then there was, like, The Last Party, which was Season 3. Loosely based off the game of the same name, but oh my gosh, chat. The reveal of... I was about to say Tadakatsu Honda, that's not correct. Hideyoshi. The reveal of Hideyoshi and how they imagine him in a world where generals are basically superpowered beings that can defeat entire armies by themselves. The way they depicted Hideyoshi was, like, majestic, chat. If you've never seen it, it is a thing of beauty. They clearly didn't know what size he should be, because there's definitely the beginning of the anime, they drew him as like 3 times taller than everybody else, and then he was like only like 1.5, barely by the end. So they definitely were kind of confused as to how big he was supposed to be, but just every scene he's in is basically the best scene in the show. Like what parts do I remember? Every scene with Hideyoshi was amazing. Like, without going into spoilers, the way he deals with the naval encounter without having any ships is fantastic. I will not spoil it, but it is like one of the best moments that I've seen in any show. Whenever that scene happens, I was like, no way, that's how he's gonna solve the solution? I'm like, that is so ludicrous. Thank you, Sengoku Basara, never change. I know, Kirk knows what I'm talking about. He's seen it, but it's just like, it is absolutely not at all what you think how you would deal with it, and it's just like so over the top macho masculine that it just brings a smile to my face. It's just so ludicrous. It doesn't work in like any sense of reality, but it's just so amazing. I can't help but smile, chat. Oh man, so I will probably end up rewatching that show. What a fantastic show, chat, in terms of just like ludicrousness. Like, again, is it better than something like Tower of God or Jujutsu Kaisen? Probably not, but in terms of like the best scenes I've ever seen, oh man, that show is amazing. Yeah, it's definitely over the top wild. I think what also carries that show, and again, you'll notice a trend, chat, whenever I say these things, that show's soundtrack, god tier. That has one of the best soundtracks I have ever heard in any show. Every song is just phenomenal. Phenomenal, chat. Every song, phenomenal. There are like, of like the 40 songs in season 2, I'd probably listen to on not a daily basis, but on like a monthly basis. There's probably like 20 I re-listen to just from that show. It's so good. I was gonna say, in terms of other shows I need to watch, so I was showing Chris some Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I non-ironically like that show. I don't like the other Yu-Gi-Oh!, but there's something about that show where it just goes so far beyond the pale that it just loops around to me and becomes amazing. Just like, how is this? How did they get permission to do this? I don't understand. This is supposedly for children, I guess, but whatever. What a fantastic show. Unfortunately, I think season 2 is much weaker, or I guess not even season 2. We'll say storyline 2. So when it goes away from the Dark Signers and it goes more to what I like to consider the filler arc territory, leading into, I think there's some Grand Prix racing thing. That's probably the weakest part of the series. But in terms of like, after that, ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Oh, I'm very, very sad, and I'm still very mad at the very end of it, but I think they copped out a little bit of the ending, but the build up to it, to what it clearly was supposed to be, was amazing. It was honestly the best. The original Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga had a game where they had to put their hand in a shoe with a scorpion. Yeah, there was also a gang of yo-yoers in the manga where they literally were threatening citizens, and they were really scared due to the vicious yo-yo gang. Also, at one point, I'm pretty sure that Mokuba pulls out an Uzi. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. I'm pretty sure that happens. If it's not him, another character 1000% pulls out a submachine gun. They're not messing around in original Yu-Gi-Oh! Chat. I mean, there's pretty infamous ones. Like, there's one where, like, Yugi plays a game with the guy in the diner where they can only move, I think, 2 fingers, and the other guy has a gun, and Yugi just kind of casually sits at the diner seat with him, and then it turns out that, like, Yugi tips over the alcohol bottle the guy had, and he also has a lighter, so he drops the lighter, and the guy has to decide if he could catch it, but he can't do it because he's holding the gun, so he just burns to death. So anyway, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! just want you to know, that's the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga. That 100% happened. 100% happened, chat. It had nothing to do with card games, but it was amazing. Oh, only 1 finger? Yeah, that's what I mean. Something like that. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But it's just like, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, original Yugi didn't mess around. Yeah, it just surprised time gun. Anime didn't go hard enough. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. When we're gonna talk about card games or things of that nature, they really have to go out of their way to be ridiculous for me to enjoy them. I don't like the fact that they're just playing a card game. Like, it needs to go to some other dimension. I find it kind of boring. Like, as much as I love the voice actor for Seto Kaiba in the English version, I would never rewatch that show. That was like one I grew up with, and I'm like, nah, I hold no attachment to the show. I would never go back and rewatch it. Maybe I would consider watching the Japanese version, because the Japanese version is generally uncensored, and they had more interesting plot. Like 5D's Japanese version to English version is like night and day kind of thing, and like I would never watch the English version of it. You say you watched Abridged? I used to a little bit, but even then I got kind of bored with it. It like, as soon as it goes to like Atlantis arc, it 1000% loses me. I really did not like that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge is still going. I don't doubt you. I feel like it got put on hold for quite a bit. And I think they went to like, what, barely monthly releases? Maybe bi-monthly? So it wouldn't surprise me. You don't want British Jack Atlas? I don't know if I care about the voice acting so much. It's just the rest of the plot is just so terrible in the English version. Yeah, original Yu-Gi-Oh! Was weird. I don't even feel like describing it. I feel like I'll just get upset. It was not entertaining to me. I would never rewatch. Comes out once a year. Okay. I was gonna say, I stopped following, what was it, Little Karibo a while ago. I know his voice enough to recognize him when he's in Tales of Zestiria. Because he was in that game, chat, remember that. he was the old mayor character in the Fire Shrine Village. Yeah, I feel like it could be summed up as infinity plus 1 too. Like, my infinity's bigger than your infinity. Like, it literally came across as a children's card game in like all the worst ways. Like, nuh-uh, my infinity's bigger than yours. Like, nuh-uh, mine's infinity plus 1. It really was. Yeah, the final fight, since Kirk is not aware, it basically ends with suddenly I decide to beat your infinity monster with my infinity monster. So you just take infinite damage and lose. Oh, I didn't bother getting past the Atlantis arc. If there's something else after that, I've never watched it. I'm sure there's very questionable designs. I know the English version tried censoring some of the artwork of the characters, like the Harpy Ladies in particular, but I'll take your word for it with Zork. There's very questionably designed creatures, for sure. Different shows. They censored it so hard. Oh, I bet they would in the English version. No doubt, chat. They're like, but why? So I guess we'll move on to, I guess, general. I guess since we've now covered, I think, everything for the past year and a half, I guess we could just talk about shows in general for a little bit. Might as well just hang out, chat. We're having fun. No need to close it, despite not having more to talk about in terms of recent anime. I would say I haven't been reading too much in terms of comics or manga recently. I feel like I was very much into that in high school, but I think since then I kind of had a falling out with it. Uh-oh. Hold on. Steve is saying he did a horrible thing last night. You watched the Monster Hunter movie? I'm shaking my head at you, Steve. Your addiction runs deep. Why would you do that to yourself, Steve? Why would you watch that? A terrible movie. What did they rate it for people not aware? Just like, what are the critics saying? No, don't give me the game. No, the movie. Oh, it's sitting at a solid 5.3 on IMDb. A solid 46% on Rotten Tomatoes. Oof. Oof. Yeah. No way, chat. See, there's certain things where I'm like, listen, I won't even as a joke watch those movies. I don't feel like they'll be entertaining. Just like, no way. It's kind of like, you see a movie, see, that reminds me of a different movie, and I'll tell you what movie it reminds me of, where I just look at it, I see the premise, I see part of the trailer, and I go, no way. The movie Battleship. That's what that movie reminded me of, Steve. As a reminder, the Battleship... Hey, they have similar ratings! Look at that, chat. 5.8 in IMDb. Oh, lower in Rotten Tomatoes, 34%. So like that, yeah. It's kind of looks like most people agree. Mm-mm. Yeah, you forgot Battleship was a movie? See, that's what I'm talking about there. Oh boy, chat. Oh, don't worry, Steve. We'll never watch the Monster Hunter movie. We'll stay clear of it. Excuse me, we'll stay clear of it. Spoilers, Steve. Now you're gonna ruin my experience of watching Monster Hunter. Oh my gosh, chat. You know what I want to see? I'm just curious if somebody parodied it, but I just want to see a really dumb one where it's like some trailer of like this guy like coming up to like this impossible wall, and just out of nowhere he pulls out like a giant ladder, and then like he's like getting ready to aim at like some unknown enemy, and then just under the title it says "Shoots and Ladders," but it's like with a gun. I would love that, chat. It's just so stupid. I don't know why I was thinking of that just now. Listen, chat, it's all you need. Just ladders and a gun, you can solve all the problems. The catch-up looks so creepy. I will state I don't think I've ever played a Monster Hunter game. Actually, that might not be true. I think I tried one quest back on the PS2. I could not even tell you what version of the game it was, because I did not own the game. Oh, is Jovovich? Oh, okay. See, you said Resident Evil, Kirk, and I know exactly who you're talking about now. It didn't even occur to me. See, I remember her more from like the movie The Fifth Element, because I think that was the first thing I've seen her in, and I really like that movie, even though some people are divided on it. But yeah, ooh, the Resident Evil movies. Ugh, it's terrible, chat. It's terrible. Yeah, it just didn't look entertaining. It's kind of like the Mortal Kombat movie. Like, the Mortal Kombat movie came out, and I'm like, will it be fun in a cheesy way? And then I look at it, and then I see that it's by the same writers that did the recent Wonder Woman movie, and I'm like, oh no. Oh no, their staff credit is Wonder Woman 1984? That movie? That's what they're choosing to do? I was like, no way, chat, no way. I'm not sitting in there watching that. I'm like, listen, I had enough abuse watching those DC movies where I'm like, I like these characters, but they just cannot write the script. I'm like, I don't want another Wonder Woman 1984. No, thank you. You've only seen one scene of the Mortal Kombat movie and you don't feel you need to see any more. I feel like the first one is enjoyable if you like kind of like schlocky films. Like, it's very much like a B movie. It's just meant to be like just kind of silly and just not like, it's not like a good film, but it's like entertaining in some sense. But like there's heinously terrible other Mortal Kombat movies, like the sequel to it. It was like, what was it, Mortal Kombat Annihilation? Oof. Yeah, the most recent MK looked more promising because it looked like they actually had a budget this time. But then it's like, oh, they made the Wonder Woman movie. There's no way this movie's good. No way with how bad the writing was in Wonder Woman 1984. No way. Oh, yeah, that's really weird, Steve, that they have the characters not able to communicate. That just seems like an annoying waste of time. Kirk saying Mortal Kombat is 100% meant to be a B movie, needs to lean into it. Yeah, there were some positive things about it, and it basically is just like, all of the action scenes are apparently really good, Kirk. So if you want to watch it from like a combat perspective, it is actually entertaining in that regards. People complain about the main character's power literally being literal plot armor. like literally his power is armor. And they do like, I think they said Kano from what I understood. And he kind of plays the role of Johnny Cage, so he's more the comedic person. And because he basically just dunks on people the whole movie, he's like the only entertaining thing in the film. Which is good. I mean, apparently he is kind of funny with it, so those kind of scenes work. But everything else involving the protagonist and like Sonya Blade and all the known protagonists are just not good. So I'm just rereading chat what Steve is saying there. It says, when she finally meets the other people, the one guy's casually knowing English for plot explanation convenience, and yet he never explains how exactly he learned. I don't know. Yeah, that seems kind of weird. Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunter movie was an A-level production movie done in B-movie style. Really? That movie was good? I know which one you're talking about. I thought it was going to fall into the so terrible kill me now category. Yeah, I don't know. To me, that just, I don't know. When I saw the trailer, it didn't look appealing. Alright, well, at least it's good that you had fun with it, at least. Who knows? Maybe at one point I'll watch it. See, there's a lot of different films I haven't seen as well. We'll just actually let's scroll on the. We'll not do the to be determined. Let's do the would watch any day. Let's scroll the list up slightly. So I would say from a movie perspective, I think there was something I wanted to ask about. Oh, the movies I have to see at some point, chat. I guess we can make let's make a new list. So we've already talked about anime, we talked about manga. Let's talk about movies, chat. So I would be very much interested in things that people have seen that they would recommend, or movies that are terrible and recommend to avoid. So that way we as the chat can congregate and make informed opinions about future movie choices. So I'm gonna say, should have watched this already. I was gonna put dummy, but I'll put oh. I'll just put all recent X-Men movies. I'm not even gonna name a movie. I have probably not seen any of the X-Men movies that are recent. I should probably go and see it. So I think I stopped watching after, ooh, what was it? Wolverine Origin, because that movie was just unenjoyable outside of I'm blanking on a very famous actor name, Ryan Reynolds. I like Ryan Reynolds a lot in it, and I feel like he carried the beginning part of the film, and then he stopped being in it, and then he stopped having a speaking line, so that went downhill. But there's other ones that are like, for example, Days of Future Past I haven't seen, X-Men Apocalypse I haven't seen, what was that standalone Wolverine, Logan, exactly. I'm gonna put in brackets Logan in particular. I should probably go and see this at some point. I really want to see Belle, but I'm still waiting for that to come out in Japanese theaters. What is that? Wolverine is one of your favorite characters, and I say even Wolverine Origins was trash. I will let you know, chat, if we're going to talk about favorite X-Men characters, for me it was never Wolverine, it was always Gambit. I always liked Gambit and Rogue from the X-Men cartoon. And then I felt sad because like neither of them are really in the other ones so much. And I didn't really like the redesign of Rogue and X-Men Revolution. Or Evolution, I mean. Well, I will take a quick look at that. See, when I look that up, I'm getting some weird thing about it's the 18th century. Dido Elizabeth Bell, the mulatto illegitimate daughter of the Royal Navy captain, blah, 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 blah. And it came out in 2013. I don't think it's what you're talking about. Yeah, I just liked, I think between like his outfit and kind of like his general personality, I think Gambit for me always stood out whenever we were talking about it. Classic Gambit in particular, that trench coat vest combo. Let me take a quick look, chat. Bell depicts an online world called You, a place on the internet where more than 5 billion people from around the world get together. At the heart of it is Suzo, a 17-year-old high school student who lives with her father in a rural village. Things begin to change for Suzu when she enters You and becomes a world-famous singer known as Bell, eventually kicking off a journey of adventures with a mysterious creature. Okay. That's the plot of it for people that were curious. Oh no. I just look up and the only thing I see in chat, like when I gaze from the browser back to the chat, is Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm so sorry. Oh, did we run out of songs again? Whoa. God, I'm surprised the stream went this long given how tired I am, but I think it's working out pretty well. What I think I'll do for next time, chat, is I did not have a lot of time between streams, but I'll figure out a good setup for when we just want to have another conversation like this. It's definitely, like, I feel like the because this is the same layout I use on the PS1, which is not bad. I don't know, maybe I'll tweak it a little bit. Gotta put banners along the bottom or something. We'll see. I mean, I just kind of used an existing one, but I should probably have a separate one for just chat. I was trying to think if I wanted to have, like, a smaller chat box or the full screen chat box. I guess I'll take the chat's opinion since we're here. Do you like the chat being this big when we're in the just chat? Because for me, I find it helpful because I don't have to scroll as much, but I'm just curious what the chat says. I can always resize my personal chat outside of the stream. Yeah, I was gonna say, can't really think of any recent movies due to the pandemic. Very true. I have not seen anything in probably about a year and a half. I'm thinking probably a year and a half because I didn't see anything last year. I'm pretty sure. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is phenomenal. You know what? I'll list it here. I can't type. So I probably should have watched this already, so we'll leave it in that category. So I have not seen it. I think the issue is that just I saw so many lackluster Marvel movies in a row. I just didn't feel inspired to go watch this film. It's kind of like Wolverine Origins. Like, I watch a really bad film and it just makes me not want to go back into anything associated with those kinds of characters, because I just feel so disappointed. It's kind of like where I didn't watch pretty much any of the recent DC movies for similar reasons. It's not just Marvel, where I took a break. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Batman versus Superman, like dumpster fire of a movie. I'm on the fence whether or not I want to watch the Snyder cut of Justice League, though. See, the problem with it is, like, it sounds like it's a better movie, but at the same time, I don't like Snyder as a director. I feel like he was trying to make everything really dark to copy Nolan, and he's just not as good at it. Chat saying chat size is fine. Okay, I'll probably put it something like this going forward. Only DC movie you've seen is Shazam. You'll probably keep it that way. That one's pretty solid. I would recommend, if you're still looking for ones that are probably just as good, might have some issues with the ending, would probably be the first Wonder Woman movie. I don't really recommend the other films so much. I have a soft spot for Nolan's second Batman film with the Joker, whose name eludes me, but I'm sure chat can easily look it up and correct me. I like that just because I like Heath Ledger's performance as the Joker, and not just because he passed away relatively close to the time of the filming. Also due to the fact that he was getting into the role of the Joker. But I just feel like the performances in it were really strong. I just feel like it had a lot of holes in it towards the end, and it kind of made some super big assumptions. And it kind of played into things I did not enjoy about the Batman universe that Nolan had. Like, I feel like Batman was just such a garbage detective in that. The third movie is literally everybody tells him the plot and he does nothing. Steve says he never caught Tenet. Is that the... Hold on. I think I know which one that is. Yeah, I've also not seen this. Let me just get a quick summary for people that are not aware of the film. description of it is kind of ambiguous. It says, armed with only one word, Tenet, and fighting for the survival of the entire world, a protagonist journeys through the twilight world of international espionage on a mission that will unfold in something beyond real time. That's kind of vague. So from my understanding, it's basically he's trying to stop World War III, I think is the plot of the film. It's just the summary was surprisingly vague. Yeah, it was one of those ones I remember they were trying to get people into the theater. But it's just like, no way. Yeah, I again, like, when it comes to, if we're gonna talk, well, okay, let's have a Marvel versus DC discussion. So, if we're talking about enjoyment factor, the cartoons for DC almost always better. Some of them are on like their own tier. Not saying that Marvel can't have good ones. Like, for example, I liked what was it? Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Avengers. I like that particular Marvel show, and I feel like most of the Spider-Man shows were pretty solid. But when it comes to movies, DC is just not good. Their animated movies are really good. I really enjoy a lot of them. Like, for example, Under the Red Hood is one that comes to mind immediately. I'm not a big fan of like the New 52, though it sounds like that particular period in the comics has ended. So I'm hoping they go back to something more interesting. I'll put it that way. I feel like they started copying what Marvel did to some extent, like how the Marvel movies work, and it just did not work for me. See, like, a big issue I have with like the Marvel movies in particular is they keep killing their villains. And it just becomes like kind of annoying, where like you could kind of summarize a lot of the Marvel movies with some guy brings up a valid political point and then the hero decides to kill the character, and then that issue is never resolved. I'm just like, it works for a couple of them, but it just gets kind of annoying after a while. So for me, it's like, there are some Marvel movies I would definitely rewatch, but even of like the latest set of Marvel movies, not even talking about older ones in particular, there are definitely some duds in there. Like easy one to name, Iron Man 2 or Age of Ultron. Two movies I absolutely did not like. I don't know if they're on the same level as Batman vs. Superman dislike, because that's in a league of its own. Oh, we'll see. Steve saying he's waiting for the Rocket Raccoon standalone movie for now. I'll probably give that one a pass. I'm not as interested in the character, to be honest. Chris is saying in the chat, the only DC cartoons he's seen are Teen Titans, the episodes of Justice League, Watch With You. Meanwhile, Marvel cartoons, I've seen a little of the Spectacular Spider-Man. Yeah, I feel like there were several Spider-Man shows kind of back-to-back before it went to the very... How do I put it? I guess they Disney-fied the designs. It's like... It's hard. It's really hard to explain. I don't know how else to explain it other than they Disneyfy it. So they tried to have a universal design for all the characters. So when they rebooted things like the Avengers, and they had like the Incredible Agents of Smash with the Hulk, for example, they have like this very generic style that they use for those shows, and I feel like the writing just is not there at all for those. But when Spider-Man was going more towards like the Ultimate Spider-Man, for example, they had a spin-off of that one, or they had the Amazing Spider-Man, or the Spectacular Spider-Man. I feel like all those were pretty solid. Oh, there's so much DC. Yes, DC animated. Oh, Batman the Animated Series, the best. Batman Beyond, pretty solid. I would say not as strong. Justice League Unlimited, if you get past the first couple episodes, phenomenal. Phenomenal writing. I'm so sad they didn't continue it for season 3. It was so good. I liked X-Men Evolution for the most part, but it's just like, yeah, I mean, X-Men is like technically Marvel, if we're just talking about that. Young Justice, I feel like, I really like season 1. Season 2, I feel like, there's just something off about it that's hard to put into words, but I didn't enjoy it as much. And then season 3, I was like, ugh. I found myself rolling my eyes. Season 3 was like insufferable, chat. If we're talking about pushing political agendas and in a show, like I know it's very easy to say, like you could come across messages like you could be anti-capitalism, you can be anti-communism, you can have those and like whatever and those kinds of things, but it was just like so overly PC. It just such a turn off. I couldn't handle it, chat. I was just like, when they literally solved the problem by using rainbow powers to defeat the like the misogynistic enemy, I'm like, oh, this is like so unsubtle. I just can't, chat. I just can't sit through it. It's just painful to sit through. No, season 3 aired on a completely different network. It had actually been canceled. The show was done. It wasn't delayed. It was actually canceled for I think 5 years, and then they took it up again. And unfortunately, I think they took the new 52 route with it. And I don't like any of the new 52 versions of the characters. Like, chat, I'm all about inclusion and all, but like, it was just like insufferable. I think they did certain things that were interesting in it. Like, I feel like they explored non-traditional relationships, which I thought was positive. I think for one of the characters, I don't think it made any sense because there was no hinting to that. But for newly introduced characters, I didn't really care. And I feel like the overall story arc involving the Prince of, I want to say it's Latvia. I forget the name of the nation. Whatever country it's supposed to be. I thought his story arc was extremely well done. And if that was the only thing it had focused on, I probably would have liked season 3 start to finish. I feel like it kind of got out of its way by introducing, and I feel really dropping the ball with a character I really liked, which was Granny Goodness, who I honestly couldn't tell you if Granny Goodness was like, I don't know, like, I don't want to say cross-dresser or transvestite, but it was very ambiguous. The character was extremely ambiguous in Justice League, and I think it was done on purpose, which something about the character design appealed to me, so I always imagined Granny Goodness from Justice League, and that voice actor doing Granny Goodness as, like, the Granny Goodness for me. So when they had more of like a sweet, almost Southern-style voice to her, I feel like it immediately was off-putting to me. And I did not like her execution at all in the plot either, which did not help at all. Again, I feel like it had an interesting plot. It was just kind of bogged down with like really heavy-handed messages. And it was just to the point where I was just rolling my eyes. Like it felt like I was more watching a fanfic at points than like an actual show with meaning or interesting topics. We're exploring different issues, and that's where I had an issue with it. So I'm just like, no thanks. So I don't recommend it. I like the plot twist involving the prince. Again, I think he was like the best arc in it in general, but the rest of it, So yeah, I would give the season 3 a hard pass. I think what makes Young Justice kind of hard to get into is that they really do skip out really interesting characters. So if you've grown up with something like Teen Titans, they skip all of Teen Titans, basically, in Young Justice. They time skip them past that. I'm like, what a waste. You're not even going to do any of the Teen Titans in Young Justice? Are you kidding me? So I feel like Young Justice Season 3 just missed out for so many reasons. Static Shock is a fantastic show. That show holds up. That's a show where you can have important messages, and I feel like it ties into the story very well, and it makes you feel something to it. That's a show that had some really good positive messaging throughout. I highly recommend Static Shock. That show was so good. But yeah, no, definitely gonna say no to Young Justice Season 3. I kind of had enough. I'm just like, no thank you. There's parts of it I might rewatch. They kind of modernized it a bit because things like VR headsets, for example, would not have been a thing like 20 years ago when they were doing most of those kind of DC storylines or initializing into them. So, you know, I could see some modernization in there, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I just don't feel like it worked for me. Uh, you know what? Also on that list, because you mentioned the Batman the animated series, the Superman animated series was also really solid. See, this is where like we have to talk about like what makes the show writing interesting. I don't know if it was on the same level as Batman the animated, because that show was just. I think that show honestly will stand the test of time. I'm gonna be for real with you, chat. Like you could watch it 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. I still think it would be a fantastic show. But from the standpoint of being, how do you make a show about a character who's just basically invulnerable to everything interesting? I think they did an extremely good job with Superman, the animated series. They came up with a lot of non-physical challenges. Like, yeah, he got into fights fairly often, but ultimately what ends up helping him win the fight is he actually outsmarts the enemy in some way, which I feel like is really key for that kind of show. He can't just, like, dummy punch his way through every enemy. So I definitely appreciate that. Like, there's definitely the ones where he literally can't do anything at all with his strength, and he has to just completely outwit the character. So from an entertainment standpoint, when he goes against, I believe, do not ask me how to spell this, because I'm not even going to attempt it, but when he goes against a character named Mixelplix, spelled with just completely random consonants, he has to trick him into saying his name backwards, and the ways he could get him to do it unintentionally are quite amusing. So I very much enjoyed seeing a smarter side of Superman. I feel like he definitely came off as a big dummy for me, so it was a turnoff for me, coming from something like Justice League or even some of his crossover episodes, where like even Batman like throws shade at him and basically goes like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have just come in and punched a hole in the train to go deal with the enemies. Where there was a very strong anti-Superman agenda with those kinds of shows. But on his own show, I think it was actually pretty interesting. Yeah, like, I think the first time I saw Superman was not Superman the animated series, but it was his crossover episode with Batman involving Ra's al Ghul and Talia, for example. I saw him first in a crossover episode. So the crossover episode worked somewhat. I mean, it made me aware of the show, and then I ended up watching a couple episodes and was pleasantly surprised. So that's always kind of nice. But in terms of like what else would I view from like the cartoon standpoint? I would have to think about that, chat. I don't know if there's like a specific cartoon I would go back to. I mean, we're talking about the Marvel versus DC. Like, I enjoyed the 90s X-Men, for example, but I don't know if I would rewatch it. I don't think a lot of those really stood up to the test of time. I'm not talking about from like the perspective of like social issues or within the show. I just feel like the pacing of it's kind of weird. Oh, Cyber 6, which is very, very similar to a word we shouldn't encourage. That one is good. I agree with you 100%, Steve. 10,000%. Best show. Best show. What a shame that show was canceled. Steve, you know what made me sad? I did not actually see the ending to that show until I think almost 8 years later. I don't think where I watched it aired the final 3 episodes, because I had never seen them before. It took me a long time before I finished it. I remember I kept seeing advertisements for like the werewolf episode, and then I didn't even see the werewolf episode. So that should give you an idea of like how little ended up airing. Cyber 6 is a fantastic show. Chad, if we want to talk about how to do social issues in an interesting way, 100% you should go see Cyber 6. So it involves... Oh, how do you even describe this? Don't read the comics, by the way. The comics are super weird. Don't do that. So it's basically... How to explain it? The protagonist is a leather-clad female, I think, android, who by daylight is the alternate persona is a male teacher. And so this person is trying to go against the scientist that created her, and she ends up fighting either the creations or hired goons. And in terms of like the character relationships in it, so good. It is so good. The music intro for that show was amazing. See, that's how you know. See, chat? That's how you know it's a good show. It had a good intro. That intro music, oh, so good. So apparently, in May 6th, 2000, Cyber 6 won Best Animated Production and Best Overall Sound of an Animated Production. On April 28, 2001, the series won Special Mention for Best Science Fiction Program. It's really good. I highly recommend it. See, that's a show that deals with non-traditional relationships, and it also deals with just fantastic everything. Honestly, I have nothing bad to say. Yeah, see, this is where it's confusing because, like, I don't know what she's technically considered. Like, she gets fueled up like getting recharge of a battery. In the comic, she's literally more like a vampire. This is like the tame version of a vampire, if it makes sense. So that's why I'm like, I don't know what to consider her per se. But yeah, highly, highly, highly recommend the show. Yeah, it's just one of those super iconic ones. I like the look of the characters in that. I just the art style to me, I just love. It reminds me of like that classic 90s kind of like MTV era style animations. It just I loved it, chat. Yeah, I guess Bio Experiment is safer to say, definitely. Yeah, fantastic show. Please watch the show. So good. Well, according to Google, Google also thinks she's a female android, apparently. So you can blame Google, chat. Google's wrong, too. People also search for Beast Wars Transformers. Ooh, that's... those have nothing to do with each other. But sure, Google search. Yeah, that's why I was thinking she was part machine to some extent. I just found it amusing, just looking at the other things. Then apparently they also looked up a show called Super Noobs, which just looks really horrendous. I'm not even gonna click on that. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, chat. You gotta question what people Google sometimes. You gotta go, no, thank you. So it doesn't look like we came up with too many movies. I guess that's fair enough. I mean, we're kind of exiting a very important life event, as it were. I don't think there's anything else I'm really thinking of. Well, actually, hold on. I'm gonna put excited for. Helps if I can type. So one thing I'm really looking forward to. Let me double check when this thing comes out. Oh, it comes out in June 16th? Oh, I'm gonna go see this movie. This film is called Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. Chat, I saw the original Hitman Bodyguard with Ryan Reynolds and Samuel L. Jackson, and I was in tears watching that film. Not from sadness, I was just laughing. It's very funny. I'm hoping the sequel really holds up to it. So I hope that film does not let me down, because that first film was fantastic. Old clock classic you enjoy from the 80s is Big Trouble in Little China. I feel kind of neutral about it. I've seen it a few times. I know my dad really likes it. Hitman's Bodyguard is okay. Here's the easy sell. If you enjoy Ryan Reynolds comedy and you enjoy Samuel L. Jackson, there is no reason you should not see this film. It's fantastic. It's funny. It has great action in it. It's pretty ridiculous. It's just I was in tears. I love there's a scene later in the film where like Ryan Reynolds is like venting to another guy about his life as like the bodyguard talking about all the people he killed. So like this poor street vendor who has no idea what's going on, as like all this chaos is happening in the background, like a car comes in and like smashes the tables, and Ryan Reynolds is just holding this casual conversation with him about all the terrible things he's done. It's just amazing, chat. It is peak comedy for me. I just love everything in it. Yeah, go see Hitman's Bodyguard. It is everything you would expect from those characters or not characters, those actors, and more. It's very funny. So that's why I'm hoping the sequel does not let me down, because it's now taking the perspective of I think the wife character, because it's called Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. So it might have to do with the love interest from the first film. It's been a while since I've seen it, so I forget who she was related, like who she liked. She might have liked Samuel L. Jackson. It might be from her perspective a bit more. Or I love like I don't know. I don't want to spoil it too much for people who see it, but the unconventional love scene in that film is so funny to me. That's where I was in tears, just because it plays on all those like really sappy romances, but it's just like it's just like so over the top. It just becomes amazing. It actually isn't Ryan. It isn't Ryan Reynolds in it. It's actually Samuel L. Jackson, which makes it so much funnier. I was in tears, Kirk. I was in tears with the reveal of it. So I don't know, Kirk. Do you want me to spoil? Because I was dying. It's just like it's like so warped and twisted, but it like suits the character. Because like you could think of Ryan Reynolds as being kind of like the wisecracking goody two shoes, and Samuel L. Jackson is more of like the villain character. So they play off each other so well. They have such great quips back and forth and everything else. Honestly, that film just worked. Oh, okay. I won't spoil. This is what you always got to confirm, but 100% recommend. Yeah, that film came out in 2017. Now, a film I'm kind of curious about if it'll be good or not, and I might just see it because it is Ryan Reynolds, is Free Guy. I might see Free Guy. I'll like to see how some people feel about it first. I think it's basically the perspective of Ryan Reynolds as like an NPC character in a like an open world game that's kind of like a Grand Theft Auto, but he becomes like self-aware, and he slowly becomes like the hero of the city, defeating all the really horrible player characters. So I might check it out. We'll see. It looked entertaining from the trailer, but you never know, because I've seen ones where like I enjoyed the trailer and then I watched the film and I was like, man, that trailer was the trailer was literally the only good parts of the whole film. Like oh, what was that movie called? There was one that was an ultra disappointment. I guess I'll put it into disappointment category. Oh yeah, there's a movie called Hobbs and Shaw, and it involved actors that I liked. It had Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock Johnson, and Jason Statham, and it was just really toxic of a film. It was not really enjoyable. I think the only time I laughed outside of the trailer was phenomenal. The only time I had a good time was at the expense of the film. Like, I'm not sure how many older films people have seen, but in particular when they're trying to save money, it's a common technique to put like a filter on the camera where they try to make a daytime scene look like a nighttime scene by, you know, just like darkening everything. But like you could clearly see it's like not the moon, or like the shadows are just like ridiculously cast despite it being dark. You know, it's just kind of like those day for night shot kinds of things. And that film does it. It's like a film that came out in 2019 and they did a day for night shot. And I was like, really? Really? I'm like, you couldn't just film this at night because why? Yeah, it was like, it was painful. I was laughing at it. I'm like, really? I haven't seen this since like a early James Bond film. Like, come on. I thought we stopped this decades ago. Why is it like this? So that was pretty painful. But I think that was the last time I saw movies. I'm honestly trying to remember if I saw... Because I didn't see anything this year, obviously. I didn't see anything last year. Not even in January. I think the last film I saw was Hobbs and Shaw. And it was just disappointment. I guess it was preparing me for 2020 in some way, chat. Just ultimate disappointment. I think that sounds about right, chat. Sounds about right. But let me take a look at some. Maybe there's some movie listings, movies in 2021. Let's see, chat. So far, not seeing anything of interest. Sounds about right. I guess I'll scroll through 94 most anticipated movies of 2021, chat. We'll go through together. I have a feeling a lot of these will make me go, what? Or which one? Wait, when did this article come out? They're mentioning stuff of January this year. I'm just gonna scroll through. Most of these don't even look familiar. Oh, the Tom and Jerry movie? No, come on. Oh, this list is already... Ew, Coming to America too? Oh no, this list is terrible. Oh, chat, this is a bad list. Shame on them, chat. Oh man, chat, I actually think Coming to America, the first one, is really funny, and I do recommend that comedy movie. I absolutely don't recommend it. Yeah, no, this one's just in general. That's why I was confused, because it was listing stuff in like January to April, but they wrote it in April 19th. So I don't know why they're doing stuff from the past. They're talking about the Cruella movie. No, I'm not interested. Most of these just don't look good. I'm just looking at them, just like, no. I mean, maybe the movie Vivo with the animated monkey might be okay. That's like the only one so far in this whole list. Oh, see, they have the Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. At least they acknowledge that. Yeah, these other ones I'm not really sure about.
Whoa,
like,
this looks bad.
It does look bad. I have the Peter Rabbit movie. I heard people did like it, but I don't know how I'll feel about it. Oh yeah, that's right. The Black Widow movie was supposed to be coming out. Jeez, chat, I totally forgot about that. Spider-Verse 2. Oh no, they're doing another Space Jam. Ugh. Chat, I like some of the songs in Space Jam, but man, that movie did not appeal to me in any sense. I think I just didn't grow up with like Looney Tunes, so like the characters just did not appeal to me at all. Space Jam 2 looks really bad. I didn't even like the first one. I'm like, no way am I gonna sit through it. Apparently they're doing another Hotel Transylvania. Hotel Transylvania Transformania. The more you know, chat. Oh, they're gonna do another Suicide Squad movie. Oh no, chat. Don't know whatsoever. Some of these don't even have images or like really good summaries, so it's kind of hard to form an opinion towards it. Like, I don't really want to see the new Dune movie, for example. Probably also won't see the new James Bond movie. I haven't liked any of the new James Bond at all. I gave it a try. I think I'm gonna tap out for now, chat. I don't like the new James Bond movies. Oh, they're gonna do another Ghostbusters movie? Unrelated to the female reboot? That's probably for the best. Listen, I'm all for like inclusion and empowerment, but there's just certain movies that come out as like a cash out, and they just kind of either the humor rubs me the wrong way, or it just feels kind of like too in your face. It's kind of like, I'm not gonna say it's like the extreme Ghostbusters version of changes, but it kind of is to some extent. Like, I think it's cool to have a female Ghostbuster. I don't really like the potty humor at the female reboot, for example. I just feel like it's a swing and a miss. Because I think there's a lot of really awesome female actors out there. Like, I love stuff with, like, Sigourney Weaver, for example. That's like, yeah, I always cheer them on, chat. Always get so hype. Oh, you know what? That's a film I should go see. Chat, you know what's a film that I've never seen start to finish? And I should definitely do that, because I just mentioned it. Why have I never watched Aliens 2 all the way through before? That's definitely my fault, chat. I'm gonna put that on the list. I've seen, like, Aliens 1, I've seen the third Aliens, and I've seen... I don't even remember which one it was. I think it's where they revive her in 4 or something like that. But I don't think I've actually seen Aliens 2 all the way through. So I'm gonna go rewatch that, actually. Waiting for Halloween reboot ending. Yeah, see, that's what I'm hoping about. Like, the Suicide Squad film can be fun, and they've already done animated versions of it that are kind of in parallel with it. I just feel like they need to move away from, like, the super big bad villain that they'll just kill at the end of the film, aka don't marvel it, and just leave it more ambiguous. Like, it's okay to not have a big bad at the end of the film. Just make the film fun. Like, you can have people, like, you know, get betrayed at the end, and you could sequel bait all you want. I mean, that's what comics do all the time. Comic movies should be nothing but sequel bait. You still prefer the first one, but 2 was alright? Yeah, see, I'm not sure. I've seen certain scenes of 2. Like, I've seen people watching it, and I've stepped in for like 10 or 15 minutes. I've seen the iconic scene where she's in the, what is it, the Walker? And she's confronting the alien queen. Like, I saw that, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. So it's just like, we'll see, we'll see. Oh, they're gonna do another movie in The Kingsman? Oh, it's a prequel. Okay, I was gonna say, it seemed kind of final, to be honest. But, okay, apparently they're gonna do more. Oh, right, they're supposed to be doing a 4th Matrix movie, chat. Oh. Ooh, my brain is, like, trying to comprehend. I'm like, but why? Speaking of but why, wow, we ran out of music again. Hold on, chat. I guess we'll just keep listening to the soundtrack. I would not recommend the first Suicide Squad movie. So they completely butchered it. They had a really simple premise. They could have made it cool, and it's terrible. It was terrible. Oh, they're gonna do another Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr. Ugh. Man, chat, that second film in particular was so brain dead. It's hard to even call that a detective movie. I'm just amused because I don't really know what it's about, but I feel like Steve would smile. There's just a movie called The Power of Dog. Excuse me, The Power of the Dog. Just kind of laughing at the title of it. Some very sparse descriptions, so I don't really know what it is, even though I just looked at it. Huh. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else in here. Oh yeah, that's right, they're gonna do another Pinocchio movie at some point. Oh no, I remembered Age of Ultron. Oh, no! I made the mistake of bringing it up earlier. I was keeping it at bay. Darn you, Age of Ultron, chat. Yeah, a Barbie live-action movie? Crazy. Doll is expelled from Barbie Land for not being perfect enough? That's terrible. Yeah, it's just kind of like Suicide Squad is supposed to be more about... It's supposed to show that there's more depth to the villains than just being evil. Like, it shows that they can do the right thing, or at least they can form different sides. And then you can also see the flip side, where the government is manipulating them, so the government is not necessarily the good guys either. It's supposed to be that kind of muddy gray kind of throughout. And it's always good to have like kind of like the White Knight kind of villain in general, just to keep it, just make sure it doesn't slide too far. But he's like kind of like the person that will go the distance, that isn't afraid to pull the trigger. AKA somebody like Deadshot is also good for that. So he kind of helps morally ground some of the story. But they just totally botched it. They should not have had them fight a supervillain. There was a movie I think called Assault on Arkham, where it was them breaking into the Arkham Asylum to free another prisoner. And I thought that movie was a good example of what Suicide Squad should have done. And they could have showed off all these different villains, and they didn't have to have like one major villain. Like the major villain of that film was more or less the government / the Joker. And it's not like the Suicide Squad reboot didn't have the Joker already, so it really would not have been a stretch. I don't think there's too much else looking through this list. Yeah, I'll probably see the Black Widow movie. It's from the list of the things that we talked about. Definitely not seeing Space Jam. No way, chat. Absolutely not. Group watch time. I was gonna say, if it was legal on Twitch, we would well, we're not watching Space Jam, but we would watch other things. If it was legal, chat, we would do it. Maybe we'll have private streams. Let's go into a Discord and start watching it. Oh, chat, they're doing another Venom movie? Chat, did they not learn? Come on. Oh my gosh. Oh no. The Venom movie, chat. Don't watch that film. Yeah, the sequel to Halloween, Halloween Kills. Oh, and actually, they actually brought back Jamie Lee Curtis for it. Huh. Could be interesting. Oh, jeez, that's right, the Top Gun movie. Ugh. That just looked terrible. I'm not sitting through that. No way, chat. No way. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Just kind of browsing through the lists. I think that's about all I have for it. Oh, they're gonna do another Cat in the Hat? Ugh. Okay, those movies were really bad. If we're gonna talk about like borderline torture, like I think they would show them to prisoners to get them to crack kind of thing. I think they would make them sit through the Cat in the Hat, followed by the Grinch. Ugh, those movies are just horrible. I'm just like, no interest, chat. I like that there's like boss music when Cat in the Hat is mentioned. It's like, you thought you came for a good movie? Think again, fool. So terrible, chat. Oh my gosh. So I think that we covered just about everything. We talked about movies, we talked about anime, we talked about games of interest. So I kind of have a priority list based off of what we talked about here. So I think the next time we get a break in one of our series, which I think will be coming up really soon. I think for the weekday, East might take a brief break from doing long series. We'll probably start Onimusha next, based off the chat responses. I might replay Suikoden on stream, we'll see, with it recorded. I feel bad, I don't want to go too long between sequels, so Valkyrie Profile will probably also be... I'll probably do that on the weekend, because I don't want to put too much more time in between them, but I also feel bad, because I know that we did not end up recording those, so for people that were interested, they won't have the context. Which is a shame, because I actually had a lot of fun with that Valkyrie Profile playthrough. And it delivered such amazing voice clips. Cat is saying Shrek is going to be rebooted. I like that I type in Shrek and it tries to autocomplete to meme. I guess that tells you the general state of Shrek. The Shrek 5 release date is scheduled for the month of September 2022. Oh man, yeah, I feel like, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, like, it took a while to go through Valkyrie Profile. I don't know if I'll, like, privately record or something, because we already did it on stream, and we saw every ending. We were very thorough with that game.
Icicle disaster.
Icicle disaster, indeed. Seto Kaiba definitely brought it up to a new level with his voice lines. But, yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll restream it. Next year, we'll get the Fortnite movie announced. It'll be competing with League of Legends as well, don't worry. It'll be top 3 movies of the year along with Overwatch. Oh, I hear Valkyrie. Lenneth herself is speaking. So yeah, maybe we'll play the we'll play the sequel, I think, pretty soon. 2040, the Ziggy movie. I was gonna say I'll never go up to stardom. It's fine. I don't have the components needed to be a big influence in the online world with the oversaturation of RPG games. I understand. I don't have to be told it. It's fine. But as long as people have fun, I mean, I guess that's the important thing at the end of the day. I'm like, I don't have things like the social media or even necessarily the content or the quality needed for it, but it is what it is, as long as the chat has fun. Yelled at Hysteria, the movie. I mean, that was honestly some suffering. I don't know if I could sit through it. See, listen, I went through Zestiria and I could at least mock it and still have some fun with it, even though it was a terrible game. I can't do the same for Tales of Abyss. Chat, that game is officially so bad for me, I can't handle it. Is that a monolith indeed? Uh-oh, the item's on cooldown. I think it recognized your one monolith for some reason. Never enough monolith. So, I think that's the general game plan. So I guess from what people are looking at, this will probably be our play order for the most part. Although I have to see about these two, particularly the Shadow King and Shadow Hearts.
Oh wow, look at the pretty butterfly.
Yeah, those I don't own, so that would be a little harder to do. And Dark Cloud 2 is very easy to get, so that's not a worry for me. Oh, Kirk redeemed it through Streamlabs. That's what happened. Got it. The monolith is there. So we'll see. Taking a look at these. So I think we'll take a little break from some of the longer series. I guess we should probably take up another series at some point, but I'm not going to be in a rush for it, as I said before. So maybe we'll hold off on like Legend of Mana and Saga Frontier for like December. Maybe we'll do both series in December. Like one will be the weekday, one will be the weekend. And then the next 6 months, we'll play a couple one-off games here or there. Phoenix Wright is not terribly long. I feel like I beat it in under 20 hours. The first game, anyway. Even with reading all the dialogue. So, like, it's possible we could do that in, like, 3 months. Without a guide. Possible. Well, anyway, Steve, thank you for joining. Hopefully you had a good time chatting. And we have a lot of games to consider on our list. So... Uh-oh, also you should. We're in suspense. Do the Great Ace Attorney when that launches. So Steve, I have the Phoenix Wright trilogy here, but maybe I could do the next two if you want. I'll say leading into Great Ace. For me personally, I felt kind of 50-50 on the Phoenix Wright series. It's got great music though. But in terms of like some of the comedy doesn't work for me. But we'll see. We'll see what the chat thinks as we go through it. I have to prepare my voice for it because there's gonna be so many different characters. But I think it'll still be pretty fun. Again, the first game I remember most of the high-level plot elements, but not how to solve the cases. The second game, I don't remember anything about it at all, other than the final case really frustrating me. And then the third game I never played, so that one will be the most blind of blinds. And then I've not played the Great Ace Attorney ones. So yeah, maybe we'll do something like this. We'll take a little break. We'll do Valkyrie Profile probably on the weekends, as I said before. I'm gonna make a note of this. So I'm gonna move Dark Cloud 2 down a little bit, just because I don't think we really need to care about the plot. I'm gonna say this is the backup game. If for whatever reason one of them doesn't work, I mean, Onimusha should have no problem. I beat it on the PS3. But if Valkyrie Profile gives us an issue, we'll switch over to Dark Cloud 2. So I'm gonna say weekend game. Played very little the first game. Watched the live action movie and played as Phoenix in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. That is true. He was a cameo character in the Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom series. I've not seen the live action movie. I've seen a couple episodes of the anime, so the beginning part of Phoenix Wright will probably be super familiar to me. Like, I remember the first case of Phoenix Wright pretty well. But beyond that, I'm not too sure. Yeah, we might just take a small break for Tales. We'll see. I mean, I could technically do the sequel, but at the same time, like, I don't want to go too long between Valkyrie Profile 2. Kind of like I feel bad for Suikoden. Like, we put that on hold, but we never went back to it. And, like, that series is good. Yeah, the Tales games are kind of individual. They don't really relate to each other in any way. Unless they're, like, in the same universe. So, like, Tales of Destiny for the PlayStation 1 and Tales of Destiny 2, also for the PlayStation 1, have nothing to do with each other. So they are just kind of standalone games. Whereas, like, Zestiria and Berseria are in the same universe, so it makes sense to play those back to back. So we'll kind of trickle Tales games in. We'll take a little bit of a break. Yeah, because I feel bad for Valkyrie Profile too. I definitely meant to have started that much earlier in the year. But it is what it is. So we are out of music. So I think, chat, with this in mind, I'm going to say that this is probably a good point to conclude it. Let's switch over to the end scene. Wherever it is on my stream deck. There it is. See, I saw that tail pun, Kirk. I'm just not going to acknowledge it out loud. Until now. But, I think in terms of expectations, we now have some games we're pretty much going to stream. So we've had a couple requested ones. Dark Cloud 2, I think, is a better from a mechanic standpoint. I heard it was more interesting from, like, a combat perspective, and presumably the plot will be stronger. So hopefully that'll have a better impact than the first game. The first game I thought was, like, a really interesting experiment, so I'm hoping that Dark Cloud 2 really refines a lot of those elements. Shadow Hearts 2, arguably we should probably do soon. I also feel bad that that wasn't recorded. Man, chat, I wish I knew about how easy it was to get the backups. I should have done that so much sooner. Oh man, chat, they're not going to know about the what was it, the Sea Hag, the Sea Witch? Only the highlight. Only the highlight we have of that fantastic scene. So we'll definitely have to go back into these. I think that's what our expectation should be. Sea Mother, excuse me. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Like, I feel bad. Like, I definitely want to replay it at some point just to record it. Because I feel like people will be confused, like, if they go back into the YouTube and don't see the sequels. And I'm like, what a shame, really. The OG sessions will only exist for their OG followers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think of just uploading from Twitch to YouTube. I should have, because I wasn't recording like I am now on my own personal video, which is better than recording from Twitch, but I could have still saved the Twitch videos. I don't know why I didn't think about it for like several months. That's kind of a shame. But it is what it is. Yeah, that scene was just so unexpectedly funny. I laugh even just thinking about her random sound effects. It just truly was just completely ridiculous. So who knows? I don't know if we'll get anything as intense of voice acting as Shadow Hearts 1 gave us. But we'll see. But I guess we'll just move forward. I mean, I don't know when I would have the time to redo like a Valkyrie Profile, because that one did take a while. Because if I remember correctly, that was like a good 12 or 14 sessions, just because we went for every ending. I don't know if I have enough free time now to dedicate myself to recording by myself all the way through those games again. I'm not sure. Because I definitely feel like a big appeal for me when I do the streaming is definitely interacting with the chat. So I definitely appreciate the comments throughout. So I think if I were to re-record anything, I would still need to do it somewhere. I don't know if it would be in a Discord or something like that. It would be a lot more casual in that sense. Yeah, Valkyrie Profile was not a short game because we had a lot of voice scenes. Yeah, maybe we'll replay them in the future. We'll kind of go back to it. Yeah, I think it worked. I feel like from the issue from the Valkyrie profile is that because the true ending is just so annoying to get, I can't not do it without notes. Like it just you have to have like a very specific setup, and when we played through, we kind of had to go with the flow. Because as I said before, we literally got a random party member that is not the one that I've ever gotten before. Of any of the times I played, I was like, how did I not get the gunner? I was like, what? I was like, wait. I was like, wait, that's the person I normally send for the chapter requirements. So I was like, uh-oh, we got to do something on the fly. So there's like a little bit of mix of that.
No
And
mercy.
yeah, definitely no mercy. And just keep in mind too, those puzzle dungeons, I am absolutely not doing without notes again. Because I 100% had notes to go through those. Because just think about like the rotating clock room or the plant dungeon or what was the other ridiculous one? Oh, the time limit dungeon. All three of those are very difficult to do without a guide. Very, very difficult to do blind. So we definitely cut out many hours of gameplay getting stuck on those. Yeah, you'll experience Platina again. I'm so sorry. Yeah, those puzzle dungeons were intense. Like the Vine one had like so many different things you had to remember. And like, yeah, you didn't get into a lot of combat, but it would have been like a lot of wasted effort. So like if I messed up one of the rooms, I'd not only have to redo getting the ability I had before to proceed, but I'd probably even have to do the one before it just to have the privilege to get the ability to proceed with the rest of the puzzle. So we would have lost potentially lots and lots of time on those. So I do not regret going back and researching the best possible route and writing out in my way that I would understand what directions and like what items are where and things like that. Because as I said before, I feel like when it comes to those things, sometimes guides are good enough that you can rely off of one, but you'll find yourself, if you take a look at multiples, that is, you'll find yourself seeing things that other guide writers have overlooked. And then on top of that, you could find out even more by cross-referencing a simple instruction guide, which will have words written out for you for dungeon clearing. You'll see how, for example, a speedrunner might approach the same thing. So they might have a completely different strategy, but the difference is that you would have to find a stream that does it, and then they don't necessarily have anything written down, and they don't necessarily explain it. So that's where it gets tricky. So like when we did a lot of things in the East skips, like particularly for East 4, that was me doing a lot of research with it. They did not have a lot of those tricks written down. I just observed somebody doing it, and I just kind of played with it for a bit. So like we would never have figured out like the cutscene teleport, for example. That is not something I would have found out in normal gameplay, that you just slowly edged yourself forward. I did find the way to like go out of bounds. I kind of had a feeling about it, and I think we did get that without any assistance. Because I was just curious when we revived a dead party member, what happens. But in terms of like those kinds of things, or like we're learning that you can mass parry to teleport out of the boss, I don't know if those would have happened right away. Like they might have happened at the end of the game, but I'm not sure if we would have seen it on the B boss. It's kind of like when we were playing through Lacrimosa of Dana, and we found that damage bug at the end of the game, and then like I couldn't not keep doing the damage bug on every boss in Lacrimosa of Dana. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes we'll come across those things on our own, but you know, it's kind of cool to show off some other things here or there. So I think this is a good point to conclude the stream. We talked about a whole bunch of topics. Hopefully people got to learn about other people's interests, or maybe they saw some things that were discussed here that maybe they'll pick up on their own. I would say if I'm not feeling completely burned out like I am today, we'll probably do more East on Thursday, because this was kind of impromptu. I was just feeling so tired, as I said before, but I think I kept it together for the most part for the stream. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a little spaced out. Just too many hours of work, chat. It was like, oof. Yeah, that Saturday, Sunday afternoon work after doing those long Tales of Destiny streams on top of then also doing overtime Monday and yesterday. Just like I can't think straight anymore. So I need time to recuperate from that. And unfortunately, Friday, I already know I'm going to be asked to do overtime again. So hopefully I'm feeling okay on Saturday, but we'll play it by ear at that point. But yeah, I definitely do not feel like I could operate a controller and speak. I could speak, I could do one of the things, but as I get tired, the focus becomes more limited. Yeah, no, I worked over the weekend. I was saying, I was so tired. I was just like, geez. Yeah, I got called in for 2 different issues on the weekend, which sucks. I was working at like 6 o'clock. Like when we did that really long stream, I think, what was it, on Sunday? That went to like 3 o'clock. I started working at like 4 o'clock, like an hour later. They called me in. I'm like, really? I just finished lunch. Yeah, this sucks. That's why I'm not really thrilled when there's like production stuff, as I said before, or they're doing system upgrades. So I was like, man. Yeah, I was worried they were gonna call me early on Saturday because they informed me that I was on call in general. So Saturday was the day I was expecting it. Um, and I did eventually get a call, but it wasn't too bad, I would say. Sunday's work was the worst for sure, just because it was like the long stream, finished a meal, then worked almost all the way to the evening. It was like, man, I'm tired. It's like, what a day. So I think that sets up the expectations for the stream, and I have some shows to look at based off of the chat suggestions. So thank you, chat. I'll take a look at some of those. Let's see. Anything else? Yeah, I guess I'll watch some of the Spider-Verse movies at some point. I'll have to see who owns them, then we can watch it. Outside of Twitch, because Twitch would very much not like us streaming movies. But I think it's safe to say that probably within the next 3 sessions or so, we'll probably be done with East 7. So if we do manage to conclude East 7 by next week, for example, with how crazy work is, I don't think I can practice for the speed run, but I could probably show off one more bug in Lacrimosa. Maybe when I'm feeling better, I'll come back to the speed run. But I could show you one last exploit, just for you, chat. We can't end it without having like some major game-breaking issue. I will get it on stream, chat. If we get it in, I'll put it this way: if I get it in under an hour, chat, like I legit get it in an hour or less, we're gonna speed run the beginning part of the game all the way to the trick. If we beat it in like an hour from after I start doing the attempt, maybe we'll see how far we can get. But if I can't get it in an hour, we'll go whatever. I'll show you at least half of the bugs. Yeah, we can't let Lacrimosa go any, like we broke 4. 4 we've just destroyed. Like we bent that game over, snapped it in half, then we like crumpled those halves into tiny pieces, and then we just opened our hands and just let the pieces fly into the wind. Like that game was destroyed. There's nothing left, chat. Like maybe we'll do a speed run of 4 because that was the only game I feel like I don't know if I really need notes to speedrun it because the game is so linear. I feel like the tricks make sense. Like I don't have to really use a guide for it. Like even though we've not played it for a while at this point, I know pretty much where we have to go each time. And we saw how out of bounds we can get. We just got some truly ludicrous things. Yeah, we technically did a speedrun of 4. I didn't do it from the very beginning though. I started it like after the first boss, I think. Yeah, it was like after the first boss, maybe after the second boss. We had just gotten I was about to call her Carnage, but I mean I guess that's also accurate. We had like a save file that skipped all the beginning stuff. We didn't have to go to the mines. I know we 100% did not replay the mines because that was probably my least favorite part of 4, was just getting through the mines. So yeah, I feel like maybe we'll go back to that game and revisit it. And Lacrimosa is pretty fun. Maybe we'll replay it again. But we did start recording, I think, with Lacrimosa, so I think I'm not in an extreme urge to replay, but it was a lot of fun. We'll replay it maybe for glitches and things like that. I mean, other than us like doing those silly dungeon clips, those clips were really silly. I can't believe I found so many clips with like not having known how broken the E series is, I'm really surprised I found so many of those. It's just like I'm just like, what is happening? Like we cheated like every jump puzzle, chat. Was there a single jump puzzle we did legit with Donna? I feel like we cheated every single one of them. Like we definitely did not go the intended route on any of them. Like we either wall clipped or we got like extended height or like we zipped where we made jumps we shouldn't make. We jumped on the lantern at one point to skip a hallway. Like, geez, we broke that so bad, chat. You haven't found anything too broken in East 9 yet? I'm sure your playthrough will be very different and much more broken. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Donna's dungeons were such a mess. I was just like, I don't even know what to say. But the best part, chat, is if we could get past this one glitch, as I said before, it's very annoying to do. If we manage to get it to fully work and we go out of bounds on the boss, we're gonna show you just how broken Donna is, chat. If we're able to do it. Maybe we'll have a contest. Can I get the bug to work within an hour of attempts? We'll have a timer going, chat. That could be a fun contest. Yeah, you haven't even seen how broken Lacrimosa can get. Like the damage bug was bad, but if we get past that, Yeah, I was gonna say chat's gonna bet all the money. Maybe we'll bet in increments. So we'll bet if we could get it in 30 minutes, like 20 minutes, then like 40 minutes and 60 minutes. Every 20 minutes, we'll hold the contest and close it. Big stream bet. I mean, this is how you could do. You could double up your points. Maybe I'll open it up for like ludicrous amounts of points. We'll see. That'll be when chat gets to make a big bet. Because that's going to be a lot of tedious action back and forth. But it could be interesting if chat is betting like 100,000 points. Just double up, chat. Just double it up. Like the bet limit 999999999. Oh man. So we'll see if I have a chance to practice it before next week. We might be able to do it, but as I said before, it's very finicky. I'm sure there's other setups for it, but this is where we go into the territory of people do not write down how to do it, and the videos showing it off don't explain it. So I have to just go purely off of visuals and then find my own way of doing it. So this is where I feel sad when people don't document it. I mean, I could bet some ludicrous amount of points if the chat wants. Bet infinity plus infinity. I mean, I'm sure I could give the equivalency of an infinity. We'll see. I'll definitely if we get the if that exploit works, I will definitely try saving the game and seeing if we could use that as a backup. But we'll see. We'll see. But for now, I think that's all I have to say. We covered a lot of topics. Had a lot of fun chatting with chat. It seems like the PS1 layout for the notepad did work out pretty well. I probably should have a different program for kind of recording these things.
This is getting interesting.
Uh-oh, somebody wanted to show us Tails. So there you go. Now you get to see the big icons. So one thing I might reposition specifically on this stream is that the stream ended is more centered on this one, so it overlaps the text a little bit. Ziggledy-bot is letting me know you just redeemed Show Us Tails. Wants us to know. Oh, can I? Oh, I can't replay it. That's fine. I was just curious. It showed up in my activity feed. I was just curious if I looped it, if it would show it again. So yeah, I think most of the icon changes are out of the way. Hopefully the chat's been enjoying the stream elements look and feel. Again, I kind of have like the plus-sized icons for the screen. You could kind of see the gap where the icons are supposed to go, but I might slide over stream ended. We'll see. Just like very minor changes, just to accompany larger text. But other than that, the slim notifications, the performance improvements, the standardization of the font sizes, bumped up the font size based off of what the chat said. We've applied all of that. So just let me know if you think there's any other adjustments that should be made or any suggestions. I'll definitely listen to them and take them into consideration since I think we're like 90% there with the stream elements. There's very little I would want to touch at this point. But seems okay. Like, I think the only thing I could think of is just specifically for when we're just chatting, I might have something along the bottom of the screen. That's all I can think of. But that's it for now. So thank you all for joining, and hopefully you have a good day or a good night, depending on the time zone.